He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer.
judiciary, especially led by the Chief Justice, not to be allowed to use as a blockade against the interest of the people of Ghana. The Ghanaian people came together to support their members of parliament to consider and approve a bill that was to ensure that we never considered today or in the future or contemplate introducing laws that will promote and accept and promote homosexuality and lesbianism. So this bill was christened the Family Values Bill, which later was passed unanimously by the Parliament of Ghana. Not even a single member dissented when it came to voting for the bill. Even though at the committee level, the discussions and the debates on the clauses were intense, which helped to shape the bill into the final law that was passed. When it came to passing the final document, not a single member dissented. But before that, research had shown that about 90 to 95% of Ghanaians were in favor of the proposed legislation. And so when it was passed, we thought that it was just going to be a matter of course for His Excellency the President to assent to it so that it could become our, if you like, garden post against the introduction of homosexuality and lesbianism in our society. Unfortunately, the President started pussyfooting and made false claim that he was unable to sign it into law because there was a pending case in court. It turned out that there was no court case at the time that he spoke. But within 24, 48 hours, some of his apparatchiks, went to court on flimsy grounds. We have no problem with the court deciding on the merit of the cases that have been sent by Richard Sky and Amanda Odoy. But there was also an injunction that was placed on Parliament to disable it from transmitting the bill to the President. And you recall the famous desist notice that was sent by the former Executive Secretary to the President and wish him a speedy recovery. You remember that? And so we thought that the Chief Justice, like she has done in the past, would have ruled at least on that matter. Because there are similar cases that have gone before the judiciary. And she, within 24 hours, empaneled justices to sit on such injunction cases. And the transmission of the bill as it was passed by Parliament to the Presidency is one of the functions of Parliament. So we thought it was just going to be a matter of course for the decision on the injunction to be taken to allow Parliament to proceed in the bill to the Presidency. Unfortunately, the Chief Justice has been dilly-dallying, and that is why we came together early this week to register our protest and our disgust against the actions of the Chief Justice and by extension the judiciary. We think that the executive, but we don't think, we know by their actions and their words that the executive led by His Excellency President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia are unwilling to allow the legislation to become law in this country. By their actions and their words, we know that they are unwilling. But their interest cannot supersede the interest of the people of Ghana, because majority of the people of Ghana want that law passed. But we are shocked and surprised that the judiciary, led by the Lady Chief Justice, is allowing herself to become a plant, agent of the executive to block the processes. And we hope that after our march this week, she's going to find a reason to expedite action on the cases that are before her, so that we can get the president to do what is necessary. I mean, the president clearly have a number of options. He could have simply referred the bill back to Parliament for further consideration after, advice from the Council of State. But he has since, acted stubbornly against the wishes of the people of Ghana. And it's unfortunate that he swore an oath to serve the people of Ghana and to abide by the laws and the Constitution of Ghana. But that's what we have. And perhaps that will take us into your next topic, yes, as to whether this election is just like any other election or it is a crucial one. I think it's a crucial one.
So go ahead and lay that foundation for us. Why do you in the NDC believe that this is a crucial election? Shouldn't be treated like any other election?
Well, for starters, we have just finished a conversation around our family values, our community, and what we cherish. And the intransigence of the current executive. I'm very careful when I use executive, because I earlier told you that the bill was passed unanimously by the Parliament of Ghana. So the Parliament of Ghana represents the people of Ghana, and the people of Ghana have taken this decision. And if you want to know that the decision is actually, emanating from the wishes and desires of the people of Ghana, you go and look at research that has also been conducted on the subject. And it's clear that our value system, encourages us to pass this law. And then you have an executive led by Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who he wants to succeed him, standing against us. That's one reason why we must not, toy with the opportunity this year to, wipe away people like that from our executive governance. We must not lose that opportunity, because then it tells you that they are willing and will be able, if they are empowered, to corrupt our value systems and to promote, acts and behaviors that are alien to our way of life. And we are a faith-believing people. We are either Christians or we are Muslims or we are traditionalists. Whatever faith we believe in, it is clear that that faith does not promote and accept the practice against which we have come up with this legislation. And that's why it's important that, for starters, we must do everything possible to disable and disempower people who are seeking to promote that way of life. That's the first thing. The second thing, Senna, is that look at every sector in this country today. Look at every sector and tell me which sector is doing well, apart from illegal mining and corruption. Which sector of growth, which growth point in Ghana is it's worth celebrating? Except, like I said, which is not a growth point, by the way, illegal mining and corruption. Is it education? Education has become like child's play, from the basic level to the tertiary level. You have a situation where curricula is introduced without learning materials, without textbooks, without even syllabi to support the teaching of the curricula that has been introduced. You have a situation where teachers don't even know what to teach the students anymore. You have a situation where a government prioritizes passing of exams over acquisition of knowledge. That is manifested in the government's inability to provide textbooks for students to learn, but their speed in providing past exam questions. It tells you that they are prioritizing the passing of exams over the acquisition of knowledge. So give students textbooks that will make them acquire knowledge. You are unable to do that. But you will spend millions and millions of Ghana cedis to procure past questions for the students instead. I mean, that is at the basic and secondary level. Students go on vacation and sometimes they are unable to tell when they will even go back to school. Months they stay at home. So now consider ourselves who used to enjoy 2-3 weeks vacation. Every time school reopened, where did you find your books? At the top of your mother's cupboard, gathering dust. And when you got back to school, you always argued with your teachers over what they taught you and what they didn't teach you. Because within the 2-3 weeks, you have gone to play football and roam and have forgotten what you were taught. Today, children stay home for more than 2-3 months. And you expect anything better from such students. At the university level, congestion. I mean, talk to lecturers. Common construction of sentences. You have people with distinction aggregates. Aggregates that are, beautiful, classy. But they are unable to construct a meaningful sentence. And that's because you have a situation where the people in charge are promoting the passing of exams over acquisition of knowledge. Apart from that, look at our energy sector. Mess. Dumso in and out. And it is only when the frog dies that we will truly see the length of the frog. They have been papering and they are cementing and trying to pretend that we do not have a power crisis. But we are all feeling it. And I mean, the confusion has led recently to the unceremonial resignation or dismissal. We don't even know which one is accurate, of the CEO of the electricity company of Ghana, Dubik Mahama. We are yet to know the full facts. And that's another reason why this government must go, because if they don't, we will never know the full facts. Look at how His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, with his government, worked so hard to resolve the power situation in this country. They addressed 3 challenges that had always been the bane of the energy sector: the financial challenge, the power challenge, and then the generation challenge. How did he do that? By bringing in by bringing in all the power plants that you can think of, car power and other plants, and fast-tracking Ghana gas to be able to generate our own gas. And that dealt with the fuel situation. Then you had the generation capacity, dealt with the power plants that he brought on board. And then the financial situation dealt with the introduction of ESLA. They have corrupted all of that. They have not improved on the generation, done nothing about it, yet population is growing, and extension of power is growing, though minimally, but at least the consumption of power is increasing. But they are not investing in increasing in generation. Again, they are not managing Ghana gas properly. Today, if you go there, I hear the staff strength has almost tripled. And you do not even know what some of the workers there are doing. It is heavily indebted and it is in crisis. ESLA, the least talk about it, the better. They took all the inflows that were coming in and collateralized the future inflows. And so they are unable today to even purchase fuel to power the generation plants. Look at our agri sector. Mess. There's no sector that you look at and have hope. Our economy. Never before has a government so badly managed our economy to the levels that we are in today. Government bonds were considered the most secured form of investment. Today, people have lost, even in some cases, their principal. They are given crude haircuts. Even pensioners were not spared. Look at our exchange rate. I mean, Senna, sometimes it is mind-boggling how badly these guys have managed the economy. Only a couple of years ago, if you had $10,000 to run your business, you were able to buy goods worth 40,000 Ghana cedis. So if you had 40,000 Ghana cedis, it meant that you could go abroad, you could go to Turkey, you could go to Dubai, you could even go to China with 40,000 Ghana cedis to buy goods worth $10,000 with 40,000 Ghana cedis. $10,000 worth of goods. Today, Senna, do you know how much worth of goods the 40,000 Ghana can buy you if you travel to Turkey or Dubai? 40,000 Ghana cedis. It's not even up to $3,000. It's not even up to $3,000 anymore. That's how much people purchasing power has reduced. I mean, if you don't understand purchasing power, that's how much it has reduced. If 40,000 Ghana cedis could buy you $10,000 worth of goods, today it cannot even buy you half of that. So our economy is in a mess. And we have never been at this level before. And that is why this election is crucial. Look, let me give a scenario. If you were in a vehicle and then the vehicle crashed, or let me not use crash, got stuck in mud, and the driver who got the vehicle stuck in mud threw his hands in the air like Nana Akufo-Addo has done, and you had a choice of picking a driver's mate and an experienced driver, a master driver, a driver that is renowned to help remove the vehicle from the ditch, from the mud. Which of the two, logically speaking, will you trust to remove the vehicle from the mud? Will you trust the driver mate or the experienced, renowned driver? In this case, the choice is clear unless you don't want to be logical. You will go for the experienced driver. And that is the choice that is before us in this election. Nana Akufo-Addo, assuming Ghana was a vehicle, drove the vehicle into mud and we are stuck. We can't experiment with a driver's mate because the driver's mate learned the driving lessons from this careless, reckless driver who has gotten us stuck in mud. And if we have the option of, handing the steer to an experienced driver, why experiment with a driver's mate? And this experienced driver is one whose record is still fresh on our minds. He is one who, when he takes over, will not need any direction around governance. He's been there, done that, and, proven his worth. And so when he hits the ground, you are going to feel the experience showing. And that is why the theme for the NDC in this election is to win, to reset this country. Because truly speaking, I don't know any sector in our lives that doesn't need resetting. Even the issue of corruption. Senna, it is so bad that you have a situation where drains remain undesilted, unconstructed. People are, flooded by rainwaters every rainy season. But you have the minister who was responsible for it having so much money at home that $1 million plus could be stolen for a period of time without her noticing. So much money at home that $1 million plus could be stolen over a period from the stock. And what does the president do? He writes her a love letter assuring her of, his support and his confidence. Gracious me, compare that to this experienced driver that I spoke of earlier, who had a tape recording of his minister, his appointee, talking about how she didn't want to focus on petty gossips and fight, but rather how to make $1 million Ghana cedis. Million Ghana cedis. He heard that. He fired her. That is the different attitude between these two leaders when it comes to dealing with corruption. And because of the attitude of Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia towards corruption, it has become so pervasive that today, things that were a matter of course all have to be bribed or paid for. For example, posting of teachers after graduation, posting of nurses after graduation. Today, people have to pay before they get posted. Jobs are now on the market for don't call me. People are paying for jobs out there. Immigration service, local government service, police. People are now having to pay for such, opportunities in our system. That's why this election is crucial. Because if we allow this to continue, where are we headed as a nation? It's important that we stop the bleeding, we stop the decay, and we reset this country so that at least when we do that, when we elect the NDC will be guided that the way of governance of the NPP, the current NPP, is not tolerable by Ghanaians. The mismanagement, the corruption, the arrogance, the disrespect is not tolerable by Ghanaians. And so the new NDC government will be guided to do differently, to do better. But if we allow this to continue, we'll be sending a signal to the rest of the politicians in this country that the only way to be in power is to corrupt every system, recklessly manage every institution, and wait for elections to win with a strategy. That's what they are saying. They are saying they are going to win with a strategy. If you are a party in power that have actually delivered to the expectation of the people, why will you need a strategy to win? You should be talking about winning on your deliveries, on the output. You should be boasting about how well you have delivered to the satisfaction of the people of Ghana, and how you are confident that based on your performance, you will win again. But no, they are talking of winning with a strategy. And that is why if we allow them to win with a strategy, future politicians will not deliver to our expectations. They will adapt strategies to always get our votes, and our country will continue to sink.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, I'll come to you to talk about the next topic, the issue of Galamsey, before you take leave of us. But if you're just joining us, we are on the Nobisco School Park in Tamale North, where we are bringing you live Alaji and Alaji. And of course, we are live on all our channels. And we are here because Honorable Ansah Suini is launching his campaign today and wanted to lend our voice in support of him. Before we move on, let me turn to Dr. Robert Huganablem. You were smiling and shaking your head when he was talking. What do you think?
Yes, the erudite MP for Tamale North, Alaji Suyini, has clearly demonstrated why this election is an election of emancipation of the people of Ghana. You see, if Bawumia wants the steer because he has been a very good apprentice, what I expect is that Akufo-Addo will give him the steer for the last 2 months as an apprentice, so that he drives the car, since he is so obsessed of wanting the steer. Then we will see. What I can assure Ghanaians is that Ghana is already in a ditch, and Bawumia would drive the car further down the ditch. You see, this country, Ghana, has gone into oblivion. There's no country called Ghana. The government of the MPP has destroyed completely the country Ghana. Economically, morally, we are corrupted. Morally, as you will note, Bawumia spearheaded the confiscation of somebody's rice to distribute during Salah. This is unforgivable. This is unforgivable. Somebody has toiled, brought rice into the country, cannot pay because of huge taxes slapped on the rice. You are doing a religious obligation, and your source of rice is this stolen rice. This is akin to the building of a cathedral where we are using the taxpayers' money, who has not given consent to the construction of that cathedral. So morally, we are corrupt. And when leadership is corrupt, the whole society becomes corrupt. We're all witnesses to the moral decadence where young men have specialized in insulting elders. Whether you are a chief, whether you are a bishop, whoever you are insulted on a daily basis. and particularly leaders who are interested in the truth. They insult you. They insult you. Now everybody is stealing, because when you steal, the president would not see it, because the presidency is stealing more. That is a problem. As if there is no law. People in government are stealing. I was just told that some big officials, just the last 3 weeks, they know they are going out. So instead of Toyota Land Cruiser, they've ordered Lexus. And they are sharing among themselves, so that when they lose power, they will take the vehicles away. Lexus. I know one organization, five Lexus cars to the top management. What is that? We have borrowed to an extent that people are not willing to lend money to us. And yet we want to drive in the comfort of Lexus. What mental illness is this? It is because there is no accountability. It is because people can do things with impunity and get away. If we allow this calamitous government, dishonest government, to come back to power, we are finished. We are finished. Since they came to power, if you ask them what have they done in terms of development in Tamale, they say they have done, what do you call it? Flyover. That straight line flyover. What problem has that flyover solved for us in Tamale? Nothing. In a few years past, Tamale used to be the fastest growing city in West Africa. What is the state now? What is the state? Just get out of the main roads and you cannot move. Just get out. What is that? Almost every day, go to the workshops and see the number of cars parked for repairs. And so this is not a government we can entertain. In terms of education, it's the same story. The Honorable Soyini has demonstrated clearly that there is a collapse of the education sector. People have very good grades, but are unable to be useful. And so, you go to the universities, you have students who have come with excellent grades, but they know next to nothing. You talk, they are not even listening. And the disrespect is homunculus. We cannot describe it. If you are an elder in your house, you don't come home, you come home 1 a.m. You expect the children to be sleeping? No. They'll wait until you come before they sleep. And so, We have reached a stage where we cannot do anything except voting this disastrous government out of power. It's not a joke. And it is not one person's business. They don't know that they have stolen enough. But Ghanaians are awake. And you see Bawumia most of the time dancing off beat. And this offbeat dance is what is going to lead him into opposition very soon. He's confused. There is no message. What is the message of the MPP? Just like the Honorable said, they say they will win with a strategy. What is this strategy? They are registering people. They take your phone number and they push 200 CDs on your phone. They push 500 CDs on your phone. What is that? You take this 500 CDs, the next time you are in the hospital, you pay 1,000 CDs. You take this 500 CDs, if your child is going to a tertiary institution, you go and pay 3,000 plus. You are all aware that it is nobody is against free seniors secondary school, but what sense does it make that you enjoy that free senior secondary school, you go to the tertiary and you are paying 5,000, 3,000 and over. You cannot pay. You can't pay. It doesn't make sense. And so His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is saying that first year tertiary institution, it will be free. It will be free. This gives you a lot of cushion. If you are in the second year, you cannot take, you can now take the loan and then you pay. That is it. Look, when I went to university, we were the first batch of students to take the loan. We just missed having breakfast, lunch in the university from the cafeteria. We were all mad. But I can tell you that it was 50 CDs at that time. I can tell you that some of our colleagues were even able to buy television sets from the loan they took. And so you entered their rooms and it was decent. That is what the loan is all about. It is a good facility. When I came out of university, I think it didn't take me 6 years to pay, because at that time we needed 3 people to guarantee. And most of those who guaranteed for me were nearer retirement. And so you have to reconcile the loan before they can get their retirement benefits. There's nothing wrong with this. And out of that, we could buy books. We could buy books. There's nothing wrong with this. But they speak very well. And behind all this, they always have criminal intentions. They always have criminal intentions. School feeding. Where is the food? Where is the food? Nothing. And school feeding, they will start picking the contractors from Accra instead of getting to the local level and picking people who were already in the industry, can't even afford to supply and later on be paid. And so you bring the food to the school. The headmaster is not aware how you got the food. The NDC is saying that when we come into power, what happened in the past, where headmasters had control of the purchase of food, that is what is going to happen. We don't want middlemen whose intention is to cheat rather than to feed the students. Every headmaster is interested in making sure that the students are well fed so that they can learn. This is the situation we find ourselves. And I believe that the 85% votes we are looking for in Tamale North will come to pass. The only way we can ensure that this callous and monstrous government is defeated by all of us coming out to vote. Do not think that it's somebody else who will vote. You have to vote and ensure that your old lady in the house, you come with that fellow on the polling station, the voting day, so that he or she votes. Don't leave anybody in the house. I know 2020 things happened. You come with your old lady and the presiding officer will say you will vote for the old lady. We agree, and then they go and vote for MPP. I remember there was a situation where the almost blind old lady said no. They pushed her hand to vote for the elephant. Because in the demonstrations, he knew where NDC was. And when she voted, he knew that that wasn't the position. So let's be serious. We must educate the aged. The voting day, there is a lot of tension. So do not expect that the aged will do what you want them to do or what they intend to do. That is voting for the NDC. This education must be serious. You recall that spoiled ballots in the last election was number 3. And so the independent, the what not parties, when they added their votes, it was not up to spoiled ballots. So, and the spoiled ballots normally are our people, NDC people. Because we know that they know very well their situation today and their situation when NDC was in power.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I was going to take some views from those of you who are currently here. Why is this election important to you? I'll come to you. But before I do that, I have to let go of our host because he's indicated that he has other things to do. So I will let you share views. Your views are very important. You are the ranking member on the Lands and Natural Resource Committee of Parliament. What do you think? President Akufo-Addo is fighting Galamsey again. Different style, same style. What do you think?
President Akufo-Addo has never fought Galamsey. He's always, from day one, acted opportunistic. How did the first fight start? He came into office, a media coalition came together to highlight the issue of Galamsey. It became so popular that he thought that the goodwill he was enjoying at the time in his first year was going to wane if he did not piggyback on that campaign. It was never in his plans to do anything about Galamsey, because you don't find it expressly stated in their manifesto, and no one can remember him making any commitment towards the fight against Galamsey before he was elected president. But he saw the opportunity when the media coalition began their campaign. And so he simply piggybacked on that campaign. But because there was no commitment in that fight, I believe that when he deployed his men to engage, they saw an opportunity to make their party rich, and not one to, improve our environment and secure our water bodies and protect our forest reserves. They saw an opportunity to make their party rich. And I am not saying it. There's actually a voice recording of the minister who was in charge of the fight engaged in a conversation with one of the people who was also working with a presidential staffer who was also responsible for the fight, where it was expressly stated that party here Sika, that this whole enterprise of fighting Galamsey was because party here Sika, to wit, party needed money. And so there was never a commitment from the start, and so there was never a fight in the beginning. What we saw was the government of the day announcing a blanket ban, but providing military protection for their favorites to continue mining. And that is what actually infuriated many of the people who live around these mining communities, to punish the party in the last election. But when a government is misconducting itself, the people to suffer first, mostly, usually, are the members of parliament. So it is not entirely correct when they claim that they lost in mining communities because of their fight against Galamsey in the last election. No, the records show otherwise. The records rather show that Nana Akufo-Addo won. But the people in those communities still had some hope, and perhaps misunderstood what was happening and thought that the president had no hand in the complicities of his appointees. And so they rather chose to punish his appointees and gave him a chance. But it is clear to us today that the president himself has been neck deep in this problem. Why? The former Minister of Environment, Professor Frimpong Boateng, revealed to us through his petition to the Chief of Staff how the president's favorite cousin, Gabi Ochredako, himself was interceding on behalf of Galamseyers, illegal miners. And how the president, till date, has said nothing, done nothing about any of those allegations. Gabi Asare Ochredako himself has granted interviews in the media admitting his complicity and trying to explain away his intentions for intervening. But not once has he even been, chastised or summoned before any investigative body as a result of that conduct. Apart from that, Akonta Mining belongs to who? The Ashanti Regional Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Wontumi. He goes around displaying gold, even on live TV. When it was reported that the company was engaged in illegal mining in the Tano Nimirimi forest, the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources came out to agree with media reports that indeed the company was engaged in that illegal activity, and assured the people of Ghana that an investigation was going to be conducted into the operations of the company. Few months after the minister's assurance, the president met a group of people and told them point blank that Akonta Mining was not engaged in any illegal activity in any forest in Ghana. Clearly, exonerating the company even before investigations could start. So the president and his government have never been committed to the fight against Galamsey. They have always been pretentious about it, and in the process have always sought to harvest the opportunities for themselves, their apparatchiks, and their party. That is how come excavators that were seized from the mining sites in the initial pretentious fights vanished, flew away without wings. Until date, we do not know who took the elevators. And there is no effort to even find out, because they know where they are. So this renewed call on his presidency and his government to fight the menace is in the right direction. But the response, you have heard it. You've heard it. Appointees, members of parliament have all fallen over themselves to tell us that over their dead body they will not fight it because they have an election to win. The election is more important to them than the survival of this country. Because you know, the nation's survival depends on how well we deal with this menace. They say when the last tree dies, the last man dies. And we are talking about the depletion of over 33 forest reserves so far as a result of this illegal activity. Where are we headed? Depletion of our forest cover. We are targeting at eliminating the last tree. And what do we think will happen to us when we reach there? The Ghana Water Company Limited has already told us how it has become difficult to process potable water for domestic use and even industrial use. The turbidity levels have gone far and beyond the ability of the water company to process this water. And so clearly it is an existential threat. But despite that, this government prioritizes the winning of the next election over the survival of its citizens. And that is why you will hear ministers, you will hear members of parliament and other appointees of this government tell you they will not do anything. It is when the heat was becoming unbearable that they went into some fictitious engagements with labor unions to disrupt the unions' planned, strike and demonstration. And to compensate, they started these military operations so that it could support their renegades, the people they are working with among the labor unions, to stand against the labor strikes and the demonstration. It's part of the strategy that they speak of, which they intend to use to win the next election. It's part of that strategy. It is not a fight, it's a charade. It is only intended to create the semblance of a fight so that they can focus peacefully on the next election to roll out the other strategies that they intend to use to win the next election. If we want to win this fight against Galamsey, what we need to do first of all is to get rid of this government that in the last 5 years have issued more than 1,200 mining licenses. So unconscionable, so reckless, so irresponsible. When over the years we did not even have up to 200 licenses issued. over the years before the coming into office of this administration. And yet, within a couple of 4 to 5 years, they have supervised the licensing of companies to rape our forest reserves and our land to a tune of over 1,200 licenses. Why? And who are the people who own these licenses? They are, of course, people who have close relationship or are actual members of the NPP. And so the only way to deal with it is to get rid of them, is to get them far away from positions of influence and power. That will be the first major step at dealing with this. I mean, I know that they have forcefully pushed the narrative that even under the NDC, there was Galamsey. But I'm telling you that under the NDC, we did not have licenses being issued indiscriminately. And so, at least, the containment measures and the regulatory, institutions had a smaller number of companies to deal with. Today, look at the indiscriminate issuance of the licenses and tell me if that is better than the status quo that existed before. How can what we have today be better than what we had in the NDC era? So if for nothing at all, let's go back to the better and work at improving it. And that is why His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has already assured that given the chance, he will ensure that we streamline the system, we clean it, and recategorize our mining sector into large scale, medium scale, and small scale. Because we do not have medium scale mining companies, companies that are licensed to do small scale. Small scale being the use of axe, shovels, and headpans, are now having to use excavators and heavy machinery. And so the regulation that was outlined for small scale has become ineffective to manage and regulate companies that are using this heavy equipment. And that is why it is important to recategorize so that we can have medium scale mining companies and zero in on proper regulation, so that we can leave the small scale mining for people actually engaged in small scale mining, which has less effect on the environment, which pollution is, can be contained. And so that is one of the major ways that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama intends to deal with it. He also intends to ensure that the Minerals Commission is well resourced and offices opened across the country at all mining districts in the country, so that the licensing and regulation regime will become more effective and improved. That is why we need to trust his experience, because he's been there, he has fought it before, and he did so effectively. And sitting back, he has come up with some of these ideas that he knows will even make the fight better. Again, he's talking about the need for us to resource the geological service to, carry out exploration across the country. Because some of these mining companies go for exploration licenses. And in the name of exploration, they engage in actual mining and destruction of the forest reserves. But when you have the state agency resourced to do the geological survey, they will be mindful of the impact of their prospecting. And when they discover areas where there are deposits, government will have control over how to allocate those deposits and regulate the extraction of the minerals from those deposits and the reclamation of those portions or concessions that have been assigned. So government will carry out the geological survey and take control of all mineral deposits and begin to award it to responsible companies and actually monitor how those companies will extract those minerals that are found. And so these are some of the ways. In fact, the last time he spoke about the introduction of artificial intelligence in managing the mineral sites, many lost their beauty in that initiative. When the whole country is mapped, for example, after the geological survey does their survey and we discover where mineral deposits are, and then with the help of AI you map all of that and take data from these sites, you can protect those sites without having to deploy military personnel at post, because they become, I don't know the IT word to use, sensitive, so that any encroachment on the land sends a signal to the notice board of the Minerals Commission and all the other stakeholders in the area. So action is not haphazard. It is directed to where the encroachment has taken place. Because once you map it with AI and have the data installed, any encroachment into the area will immediately trigger an alarm that will allow intervention to go directly to where the encroachment is. And that is how we intend to deal with this menace. But first of all, we have to get rid of the people who are indiscriminately issuing licenses and are not mindful about responsible extraction of these mineral resources, because they are illegally benefiting from this unlawful practice and have zero commitment when it comes to fighting this menace, and are always pretending about fighting the menace. That's what we need to do. First of all, we have to get rid of them and distance them as far as possible away from power and influence, and then we will be on track to dealing with this menace successfully.
I guess the motorbikes are looking for you.
Sorry?
I guess the motorbikes are looking for you.
I can tell. I think that they are hoping that I'll join them on the float soon. And I think I should at this time.
There's a float happening.
There's a motorbike float happening right now.
So will you be joining?
I hope to. I will.
You hope to? Or you will?
I will. I definitely will.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. He's still working towards the launch of his campaign. That's Honorable Ansah, Member of Parliament for Tamale North. He will take leave of us shortly because there are things to do before the main campaign launch. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for agreeing to us doing the Mother of All Talk Shows, Elijah and Elijah, live from the Nubisco School Park, where the campaign launch for Tamale North is happening today. I am Numbo, with a big crew from Pan-African Television that's behind this production. And if you're joining us, thank you. We thank you very much. And we thank you, a big thank you to our affiliate radio stations across the country who are tuning to us. If you're listening to us, I apologize today. I won't be reading your messages. What I will do rather is to take the views of the people who are currently seated and watching the live coverage of Elijah and Elijah here at the Nubisco School Park as it happens. So we'll take a microphone around them shortly. But before that,
we are here. I'm sure the landlord has spoken. When the landlord has eloquently spoken about the story of his house, you don't ask the caretaker for confirmation. So I am elated, and I'm here to lend all the requisite support to my brother and up and coming, very promising politician, Honorable Ansah. Don't forget, I am the chairman of the Northern Caucus of MPs of the NDC in Parliament. And bounden duty wherever any of our members has an important occasion such as this to show up to lend my support. So I'm here precisely because of that.
Okay, I'll let them work on your microphone because I can hear some sound. But Doc, please lend your mic to Ansah. Two different common law jurisdictions.
Precisely.
What does that mean?
It simply means that when it comes to the legal fraternity, we have two legal schools, if you like. You have those who practice the common law and those who also believe in what we call the civil jurisdictions.
Okay.
So basically, if you look at the common law, we are talking about the lead being the United Kingdom. And that is what Ghana practices more.
Okay. Okay. Congratulations.
I didn't get that.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you. It's like I'm getting tired with the congratulations.
It's deserved. It is deserved.
Thank you.
Anyway, well, so, okay. When I get a signal that the microphone is with the audience and there are some who are interested in sharing a view, I will take some views from our audience, but before we get there, let's try and see if Alaji's mic is not working better. Alaji?
Hello?
Okay.
Yeah.
Alaji, our very first issue we have tabled this morning is about whether this election is just another one of those elections where MPs are elected, a president is elected, they do what they want, or it is an election like no other, an unprecedented election. Alaji, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that this is one of the most consequential elections in the history of our country. I say so because the ramifications of the verdict of the people of this country in this election will have far-reaching implications. Not only for our democracy, but for the existence of the polity of Ghana as an entity. Senna, I can say without any iota of doubt that by the grace of the Almighty Allah, from what the good people of this country have seen, the experiences they have gone through, the excruciating hardship that has been inflicted on the 30 million Ghanaians, the crass incompetence, legendary looting of this country by the MPP government, the wickedness and insensitivity, and let me qualify it, never in the annals of our country's history have we seen a wicked and incompetent government like this MPP government, where even you are prepared at the risk of the death of your people through deliberate poisoning and destruction of the environment, even to let this go, and in the name of wanting to move for election. So, if you put all these things together, Senna, there can't be any iota of that the people of this country see that in this election, it is an election that is ripe for change. This country is ripe for change. But in the most unlikely event that this country goes back to the MPP, I can tell you that Ghanaians will see the worst level of impunity they have ever seen in their lives. Because the government would have said that, look, we have done the worst to the Ghanaian people. We have reduced their lives to a sorry state. The most depraved life Ghanaians have lived before. The most difficult, excruciating hardship Ghanaians have gone through before. And the exhibition of opulence, vulgar opulence by a ruling elite. And all this is to happen, and they still come back to power. Then it shows you that, my brother, the sky is the limit for them. They will do anything to Ghanaians. So I know that Allah Almighty will not punish us with another term for the MPP government. And I'm very certain in my mind that, as the Dagombe say, you can't let bees bite you and flies will come back and bite you again. I'm sure that we will not sustain the second bite. Ghanaians have had enough of the MPP. And in fact, long before, but for the constitutional dispensation, they would have been out of power long ago. And I can say that Ghanaians will show the verdict. The only thing is that, as our people say, that when they are washing your back, you should also wash your front. This is not going to come by all of us relaxing and thinking that the victory has been done already. It is up to us not only to work out, but to exhibit the highest level of vigilance. This is a government that knows that it's on its way out. So they are doing everything possible to rig the election, in cahoots with their lackeys in the Electoral Commission. So it is up to us as a people to exhibit the highest level of vigilance at the polling stations, to make sure that, number one, those who are not entitled to vote, that some people think they can rotate them around to go around and do voting, in our individual police stations, we will take care of that menace. We will ensure that when the election is done and every person who is required to vote has voted and the counting is going to be done, we will exhibit vigilance in the collation, in the sorting out. And Sana, all these petty things, let's not look at it as we are wasting time on it. In the sorting process, you can be shortchanged if you are not vigilant. They can swap your vote and give it to the other party. So we must have agents who are eagle-eyed to the point that they will look at the sorting one vote by one vote, so that what is truly the vote of the NDC will be accounted for at the ballot box when the sorting is done, and then the counting, and then the recording of the votes. I'm sure, Sana, you have heard it before, that they have done a lot of tricks even with the recording of the votes. A party that they want to up the votes, if they get about 159, they can make it 519 instead of 159. They say the figure. So you have to watch for all these details at the police station, and above all, ensure that the pink sheet records the true verdict of the people at the police station. And then we accompany the ballot boxes to the coalition center and make sure that the same ballot box for whose verdict was declared is the same ballot box that is at the coalition center, so that we collect the results, the pink sheets are given, and once we take hold of the pink sheet, at least we can be satisfied that the verdict of the people is now in our hands, and then we can take it and make sure that at the level of our party, we are able to also collate our results. And I want to say, from the readiness the party leadership has put in now, by the grace of Allah Almighty, this election will be an election of a difference, where I believe after 4, 5, 6 hours by midnight, the NDC should have, we should have a complement of our national result. And I will have no doubt that when that national result is obtained, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama would have won a convincing victory, and the NDC would have secured a very comfortable parliamentary majority to anchor President Mahama to come back and redeem Ghanaians and wipe away the tears that are seeming to be unending in Ghana today. So I have no doubt the MPP is like a house that has fallen. You don't ask whether the roof is still standing. There are people who have died in the market. You don't need to announce their funeral anymore. It's there already, and I believe that Ghanaians are going to see in clear language what this hopelessly uninspiring government has done with us for the last 8 years.
Quintessential ABA Husseini. Nice to see you this morning. To be very frank,
thank you very much.
I've come all the way to Tamale in order to see you. I've been looking for you for a long time.
I think everyone has been very busy a bit. I had to do a few parliamentary duties, some of it outside the country.
Okay.
And so I'm sure that I'm here. My own constituency campaign launch is tomorrow.
Okay.
And you should come and see the beautiful Sanargu. Sanargu is the father of all the constituencies in the northern region. Although we are the youngest constituency, but you know, the father, you don't ask the beard to challenge the eyebrow for the age. That one is very clear.
Well, this is the matter of all talk shows, Alhaji and Alhaji, coming to you live from the Nobisco School Park. Tamale North is where we are. Today, the Tamale North NDC is launching their campaign. Their target is 85,000 votes. 85%, not 85,000. 85% of the total votes that will be cast on that day.
Senator, I beg you if you just indulge me. I want to take this opportunity to urge my brothers and sisters in Tamale North that in Honorable Suyini, they have a very worthy candidate. Not only has he elevated the name of the Tamale North constituency, but he has the potential now to be one of our rising stars. And so it is very, very important that the good people of Tamale North, not only after winning, I'm not fussy about his winning. His winning by the grace of Allah is a done deal. But a huge majority, not just for him, but also for His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, so that it is put beyond doubt that the MPP is an endangered species in the Tamale North constituency, just as it is in Sanaro, just as it is in Tamale South, just as it is in Tamale Central. Tamale is the no-go area for the MPP. They can go to the hand. And I'm telling you that if a fowl says it can pour the water in the calabash down if you didn't drink it, if it jokes with the one in the barrel, it will get drowned.
Alhaji, thank you. I was coming to you. I think now I'll call you Suini Esquire. Well, Hamza Suini,
Yes.
what is your view on the topic we've tabled?
The elections. I think that, Senator, good morning, of course, to our cherished viewers out there. I have always argued that the 2024 election is going to be the mother of all elections as far as this fourth Republican democracy is concerned. And that assertion is based on facts and analysis. And I'll tell you why. You see, in 1992, during the elections of 1992, the NPP raised all kinds of allegations against first the National Democratic Congress, secondly the flag bearer then, His Excellency Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, and of course, the third being the Electoral Commission. And the NDC responded positively to all the allegations that were raised in terms of election integrity. Because we understood that the responsibility entrusted on us as a political party, as the political party that was given the duty to birth this fourth Republican democracy, we knew that we couldn't afford to let it fall. And just a little bit of history. History students would know that even after the last coup that Jerry Rawlings had, he indicated that it was going to be the mother of all coups. And it was as a result of that, we birthed the National Democratic Congress to anchor this fourth Republican democracy. We listened to the concerns of the NPP. In the appointment of our electoral commissioner, we did enormous consultations and settled on Dr. Afarijan. Today, even NPP leading members agree that under the fourth Republican democracy and constitution, he has so far proven to be one of our success stories as far as stability of the democracy is concerned. I also told you last week that as a commitment to that principle of protecting that baby, the NDC reflected our hopes in the party's anthem. And that is why we said that from victory unto victory, the NDC shall lead a stable democracy. It is in our anthem because we understood that that responsibility was on us. Fast forward to 1996. Jerry Rawlings contested and they raised issues about opaque ballot boxes. We responded and provided that in our quest to expand the frontiers of our democracy. 2000, we lost the general elections as a result of the many reforms we did to ensure transparency. One thing you need to understand is that if a ruling government is engaged in more or less expanding the frontiers of the democratic processes, there's the tendency that at the end of the day, you are likely to be a casualty. That did not demoralize the NDC from doing it. We lost in 2000 because of the confidence we had in the system we had built, an independent electoral commission. We went into the 2004 general elections and lost, albeit with question marks. We accepted the outcome of the results and supported President John Kufuor to continue. Again in 2008, God being so wonderful, and because of our faith in that same institution, we contested elections, and President Mills and John Dramani Mahama emerged as leaders of the country. Now, during this phase of our democracy, we respected the institutions of our democracy. We respected the judiciary. We respected the independence of the Electoral Commission. Institutions like the National Commission for Civic Education were all given their due. We respected workers, the independence of workers of this country. We allowed the media to thrive under our system. Unfortunately, we cannot say same under the wicked, reckless, incompetent, and most frustrating regime of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Since their emergence, they have not only become a danger to the fortunes of the new patriotic party, they have become a danger to the fourth Republican demonstration of our democracy of our country. That is why it behoves on every well-meaning Ghanaian to see this election, if you are a Christian, as a crusade to save our democracy. And if you are a Muslim, this election must be dealt with as a jihad, as an Islamic jihad, to protect the democracy and the future of our children. And that is why I'm saying that it is going to be the mother of all elections. Since their emergence, one institution we all had confidence in, the Electoral Commission, has been reduced to a den of partisan appointees. From the commissioner herself to her deputies. In fact, some of them were actually Tescon patrons in their various universities. I can confidently run commentary on the likes of Dr. Bosman Asari, who happened to be my lecturer when I was doing my political science at the undergrad level at University of Ghana. And indeed, it was almost a ritual for him to attack the National Democratic Congress and that of Jerry Rawlings in his lecture halls. So he's a known card-bearing member of the new patriotic party even before his appointment. He was known, especially amongst University of Ghana students. So these are the characters we have. Nana Addo has compromised with the support of Bawumia the independence of our electoral commission. And that should be a worry to every Ghanaian. Again, if you go into the media fraternity, Nana Addo has threatened the independence of our media. It is only under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as president and Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as vice president that journalists of this country had to fly out of this country under our fourth Republican Constitution. I made reference last week to the likes of Manasseh Azure Awuni. Manasseh had to be flown out of this country by the Media Foundation for West Africa because his life was under threat. Again, may the soul of Ahmed Swale rest in peace. A journalist was coldly murdered for daring to stand up to the truth in this country. And up till date, our security agencies have not been able to do anything. Our security forces, the Ghana Police Service, for the first time we witnessed the bizarre spectacle of having our IGP and some deputy commissioners facing parliamentary scrutiny, largely because of the internal plotting within the security setup. So if there is no stability within your police force as a country, what is the guarantee that your country will be stable? And these are the issues we are making references to. They have attacked every legitimate state institution, and the judiciary itself is no exception. We all woke up to an ethical conduct of the Attorney General in terms of his engagement with Jetta, a suspect or an accused person in a case, where even the sitting judge had to call on him to step away from that case. That should tell you the level of infiltration that is going on as far as our independent institutions are concerned. So you see, today, the most topical issue confronting us is our environment. Our mothers are struggling. Pregnant women are dying, largely because of the toxic effects of Galamsey. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia have refused to take steps in that regard to alleviate the suffering of the people, because they don't care. What they wanted from the good people of this country was simply power. And Sana, have you asked yourself that since we started this critical discourse, either ranging from Galamsey or to the independence of the Electoral Commission, why Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has remained that silent? This is a man who is gunning to be elected president of the Republic of Ghana. He cannot say that he doesn't have views on the current state of our environment. But anytime we are engaged in national discourse that affects the people directly, that voice, that annoying voice of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is missing. Today, look at the state of our economy. It has been mortgaged and sold to the family of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, ably supported by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So that is what I mean when I tell you that this election is going to test the collective conscience and strength of the good people of this country. It is time for us to demonstrate that enough is enough. It is time for us to demonstrate that whether they like it or not, change has come. It is time for us to let them know that not even their electoral commissioner or Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo can stand on the way of change. And that it should actually be in their own interest for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to be elected president. Because I can assure you, anything to the contrary, anything to the contrary would put this country in a dire situation. Because the people are yearning for change. And we have seen the anger of the Ghanaian people when they have no way of venting out their frustrations. We saw it when Jerry Rawlings did his coup, and the Ghanaian people were calling for the blood of political appointees. We are at that stage. Once again, let nobody underrate the anger they have subjected the good people of this country to for the last 8 years. It will be in their interest for them to ensure that the NDC and John Dramani Mahama are declared to put this country back to work. We have demonstrated it before through our flag bearer. Indeed, in terms of integrity, President Mahama stands tall. In terms of honesty to the truth, President Mahama stands tall. In terms of respect, I'm not talking about the fanful respect or the pretense that those of you in Accra see on national TV, where Dr. Bawumia moves from palace to palace and pretends to be kneeling or in some cases lying flat on his stomach. These are all rehearsed ways of deceiving the people. I'm talking about homegrown respect. Because if Dr. Bawumia had any modicum of respect, his conduct and his relationship with President John Dramani Mahama, who happens to be his senior brother, would have shown. I will not sit on this chair, irrespective of my political persuasion, with my senior brother or any of my uncles here, and criticize them to the point where I lose sight of my own traditional values, irrespective of our political differences. But we've seen Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia display that arrogance, that frustration, that disrespect, that disdain towards President John Dramani Mahama since his appointment as running mate to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. But look at the demeanor of John Dramani Mahama in the midst of such disrespect and disdain. He maintained his training, he maintained his culture, and he knew where he was coming from as a president, and remained loyal to that cultural underpinnings. That is the kind of training we are talking about. That is the kind of integrity we are talking about. That is the kind of character we are talking about. And if you put the two people head to head, President Mahama demonstrates on daily basis that he is more a northerner than that of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Again, as far as the religious front is concerned, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has once again shown his disdain for hypocrisy. He's not hidden it to any Ghanaian. Every Ghanaian knows his religious persuasion. He's a Christian. And even as Muslims, we appreciate his respect for Islam. He doesn't need to come and pretend to pray with us before we know that he respects us. His conduct as president and his conduct as flag bearer demonstrated that amply to every Muslim across the length and breadth of this country. But what is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia doing? Today, even his own brothers and sisters in Islam cannot even vouch for his commitment to Islam. The Christian fraternity of this country are not even sure whether he is with them or he is a Christian. Because that is the true mark. If you look at the scriptures, that is the true character. These are the characteristics of a hypocrite. Both religions, when they want to outline the characteristics of a hypocrite, this is it. So Ghanaians must take a cue and know that we are dealing with a character who lacks competence. We are dealing with a character we cannot trust. We are dealing with a character who, if we make the mistake of allowing anywhere close to our presidency, would be a bad example for the children we are raising. And that is why we cannot afford to make that mistake. And so in this election, it is about the future of the Ghanaian people. It is about the future of the youth in our secondary schools. It is about the future of those in training colleges. It is about the future of our children in our universities. It is about the future of those youth out there who are unemployed. It is about the future of our mothers. And that is why we have said that when we come to power, we would retool this country, reset the country, and ensure that we create employment both for the formal and informal youth. And in terms of our mothers, that is why we are proposing the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to provide enough funds for our women of this country to be able to come back to make their meaningful contributions as far as our economy is concerned. So yes, Senator, this election has been decided. That is why all the opinion polls tells you that the NDC and John Dramani Mahama is winning. Because Ghanaians are simply fed up. And it is only 7th December that you will see the manifestation of that anger. And like my senior comrade and uncle indicated, in terms of our preparation, the NDC at the national and regional levels, including the constituencies, we have done all what needs to be done to ensure that we protect the votes of the Ghanaian people. But I have always maintained that that responsibility is not that of executives alone. It is a collective one. Whether you are a member of the National Democratic Congress or not, whether you are a member of the CPP, NPP who is fed up with your old government, then make a commitment in this election to be an unofficial polling agent. On the day of the election, we must all make sure that we police them in our various constituencies. If you see MPs coming, they are sitting members of parliament. If you see their ministers, their deputy ministers, their CEOs, make sure that you put yourselves into groups and follow them wherever they go. And those of us at the polling stations will also keep an eye on their electoral commissioners who are partisan to ensure that we prevent them from rigging. We did it in 2008. We did it in 2008 in Tamale. I still remember where young men had to organize themselves with motorbikes, monitoring every single regional executive and appointee of President Kufuor in the 2008 elections. Indeed, in some cases, they monitored them all the way to Kumbungu and to Nyankpela throughout until they started complaining. But even with that, our boys did not allow them. That is the spirit we need in this election. So those of you who are home and hoping that the election department will protect your votes, the election department of the NDC cannot protect your vote if you do not come out on the 7th to protect your own vote. And when you finish voting, let our people know that they should just move about 5 yards away and wait until the elections are declared. We must all be vigilant in this election. We are contesting against characters who have vowed to destroy this country. And so we must rise up and protect our country and our democracy. We must not allow them to rig this election. That is why we must do all that is necessary to protect these votes. And that goes to those employed in the formal sector. Whether you work with COCOBOT, you work with a bank, on the 7th, make it a civic responsibility to come out to protect the democracy of this country and bring back the National Democratic Congress that has that human feeling, that passion driven by a quest to serve, once again, to rebuild this country that has been destroyed. So yes, Senator, the National Democratic Congress, I am convinced, and I am convinced is winning the 2024 general elections.
Thank you, Ansah. Please lend me your mic. I need some help. I want to hear from those who are our audience on the park this morning. They've been watching for some time. We'll pass the mic around. If you have a comment to share, please raise your hand. They'll bring the mic to you and tell us what you think. Is this election important to you? Or is just one of those elections? That's what we want to hear from you. Is this election important to you? Or is just one of those elections? This is a matter of all talk shows, Alaji and Alaji. We are broadcasting live from the Nobisco School Park in Tamale North. Well, let me start with, okay, please introduce yourself. I was going to do that for you, but kindly do it yourself. Please check a mic for you.
Good morning. My name is Aisha Gomda, a lecturer at the Tamale Technical University. Without any iota of doubt, this election is indeed very crucial to every well-meaning Ghanaian. Indeed, the past 8 years has proven that there are indeed some few not so well-meaning Ghanaians, but the large majority of Ghanaians indeed are discerning and well-meaning. And I would like to touch on the agricultural sector because that is where I teach. Over the past 8 years, we've had the government institute the policy of planting for food and jobs. We had phase 1, we've had phase 2. Just the recent drought spell we had occasioned by climate change, which is as a result of this illegal mining we are talking about, has just exposed the government badly. Indeed, the government has had to get about 3.6 billion Ghana cedis to give us grants and food aid for farmers. If you have a doubt about what failure is, imagine a farmer who is supposed to have been planting to give us food and also have a sustainable means of livelihood, having to be given food aid. If this is not a sign of failure, I doubt what it is. So indeed, the government has checked out long ago. So it is just a matter of time. And as the able panelists have said, we are poised and prepared for change. So if you don't have anything else to say, just have it at the back of your mind that change is coming. Without a doubt, change is coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. Who else? Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm called Idrisu S. Aziz. We are first of all saying our happy good morning to Pan Africa TV for coming here to us to listen to what we have for them. In fact, today we are more than joy, more than happy, to bring to the birthday of our campaign for the Tamale North constituency. But it's rather unfortunate. The unfortunate thing is that the leadership of the nation, they have made us so depressed to the point that everybody must take this election to be so important to you. If you made a mistake and you lie in your house thinking that somebody will go out and do the work for you, you are making a very big mistake, my dear. Everybody should come out in our numbers. We contest the election, we vote, we got our ballot and see where our pension will end. We will not give a chance for anybody to mix out the pension and tell us to bring our results out. This time we are going to make sure we collect our own results. It's unfortunate we have been approached by a bunch of scammers. The MPP, Nana Akufo-Addo government and Bawumia government, they have scammed everybody in the country by a famous term that Yetisikasu Ekomdiye. My dear, take very care look at the word Yetisikasu Ekomdiye. If you have to be the first son of your father who work hard and earn some money down for you, then you are not thinking about how to do, you add up to what your father has done so that those your siblings behind, they will also come and enjoy. Then you have the opportunities to say this an irresponsible statement that Yetisikasu Ekomdiye. Now where are we? You can see that we are now the Galamsey is now hurting everybody in the country because we have finished all the monies we were sitting on. All those monies have finished. We have said everything our father left for us. We have gone for a loans in the name of our good father. They have given us the loans to the extent they said they will not give us again. Now we are now going in for what God has created. That is under what we are sitting on the land.
Okay.
You can all understand that there are towns in Ghana nowadays, their houses are hanging. Why is it so?
Okay.
They are now looking for the resources under the ground because the money that we are sitting on is no more there.
Okay,
so there is no money to run the country again. Now the natural resources for the country is now what they are going to finish and run away with. And we don't think that will happen. We are praying a day will come. Then we will succeed and we lead this country and everybody will pay for your roundies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning to the panelists, the big men. My name is Hussein Seidu Babamu, a teacher in this noble institution. I teach physical education and health. So as a matter of fact, I'm a concerned member of the Ghana sports because the honorable MP for this constituency asked a question earlier in his submission that there is no institution in this country which is working anymore except corruption and Galamsey, which is not good for our books. So you realize that even at a point in time, Madam spoke that she teaches agriculture, right? I teach physical education and sports. So as a concerned member, I'm not actually a happy man the way our sports is going. Everything has gone down to the drain to an extent that even Ghana Black Star has a match to play. Nobody is even aware that Ghana has a match to play. I have heard prominent journalists like your type, Sports Obama. He came out with a documentary telling us how other countries have used their World Cup earnings to develop their country sports. When I heard this as a sports master, I was so amazed. Even in Senegal, the World Cup earnings were shared. They even developed new stadia to an extent that PE teachers had their share of the money because they are responsible for developing their tomorrow's Sadio Mane and co. What is it in Ghana? What crime have we caused? To an extent that even our regional sports cannot be held for several years now. Last year, we camped the students here, took them to Damascus for several months, not to be told that we should allow the students to go home. So please, we are praying that the change we are all seeking for should come to pass so that all these institutions can be put in order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Two more.
Good morning.
Good morning. Your name?
My name is Adam Abdallah. What I only have to appeal to Ghanaians is that the current situation that we are facing is very pathetic. In a sense that your parents will pay your school fees. I'm talking this to graduates. They will toil and pay your school fees, and at the end of it, when you complete your course and come out, there won't be jobs for you. They will rather even go more and go for loans to look for what? Appointment for you. And that is this current government, that situation that we are facing. Because we have never seen it or encountered it in any Ghanaian history. We haven't seen it in the past governance. We are not selling jobs in Ghana. But now, as we talk now, people are buying appointments. And when you even buy it, you will not even see it. There are scams. You buy the appointment, and at the end of it, you will not even get your money, and you will not get the job too. So, I'm appealing to graduates and those who are yet to graduate. They should come out massively and vote out this corrupt and scammers government. We want to end this this status quo, because we have never seen it in Ghanaian history. So that is just my appeal to young graduates and those who are yet to graduate. Thank you.
Thank you. Pass it to the gentleman.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Augustine Thierry. What I want to advise everybody is that MPP is really a scam party. They are the type of people, they make you hungry. Then they will come later and find you food or money. And they will tell you that they are helping you. So they want to make Ghanaians hungry and angry, so that when they are coming, they will run after them for money, for their anger, to cool their anger. So every penny that will be given to an individual, pick the money. Don't let that one change your caution. If you take the money and you do a mistake, that's your own problem. We were told long time ago by our father, Jerry John Rawlings, that is how they are, they don't change. So we have to change and leave them to how they are, so that they can carry their own character. And when we are able to vote them out, we should never allow them to even go closer to Accra, because those people are nursing rockets. We don't allow those type of leaders to lead us. We want people who think about even the ant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. One more.
Okay, so good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, please. I'm Daniel, a student of UDS.
Okay.
So mine is simple. Just like our little brothers and sisters are championing against the fight for Galamsey in Accra, it's our duty over here in this region that we ballot during the election time. We protect the ballot to make sure that this MPP government is voted out, because the Galamsey issue is very, very serious. And if we don't take care, we'll start importing water, which will be very, very difficult for most of us over here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. And thank you very much for sharing those thoughts with us. As a matter of all talk shows, Alaji and Alaji, we are live from the Nobisco School Park. There are lots of surprises happening today. For the first time in a while, Samuel Jata George Nate. Good morning.
Good morning, Senna. How are you?
Nice to see you.
Pleasure. And let me say congratulations to you. Since you got married, I haven't seen you. I see the way your ring is shining on your hand. and all of a sudden, your cheeks are full. You are now eating proper food at home. No more gobe on the street.
Nice to see you this morning.
It's a pleasure.
And of course, he's also here. And if you know Suhini quite well, you know he's one of his closest friends.
Yes.
They have quite a strong bond. So I have been surprised if I have not seen you here. So he's here this morning and he's taking a seat. So he has to share a thought on what we are discussing this morning. The question we are posing is this election just like any other election? Or is perhaps the most important elections we've had in the Fourth Republic?
All right. Thank you very much. And Tamale Kaula, I'm here to support a brother. Suini is not a friend. He's a brother. And he's a brother that sticks, or a friend that sticks closer than a brother. In Twi, they will say Suhini or Yenipa. He's a person. He's someone. He's a human being. And I mean, I was supposed to start a tour of my constituency yesterday, but I met my executives and told them that we will start on Monday because I have to come to Tamale today. This election is not any other election. This election is a battle for the soul and the heart of our country. This election is a battle for the future of our children. This election is a war for the today of the young people of our country. As young people, we were told that the future belongs to us. That future is today. You have an 80-year-old plus president who is closer to his appointment with his maker than most of us sitting here. And that old man has decided that he would destroy the future for our children and today for us. But we are taking control of our future today. On December 7, it is a vote not for John Mahama, it's a vote not for Alassane Suhini, it is a vote for ourselves and our children. This is not about a political party. This is about Ghana. At the airport, when I landed, I was introduced to a young man and they told me he's an MPP person. And I told him, even if you are an MPP person, you will vote against this NPP government with Bawumia. Because any true NPP person who has seen MPP under President Kufuor, and President Kufuor was not an angel, but even President Kufuor, Akufo-Addo makes President Kufuor look like Angel Gabriel. Because this MPP government, led by Bawumia, Nanado and Bawumia, have simply decided to destroy every sector of our country. And let us not mistake ourselves. If you think Nanado is bad, Bawumia is worse. Because Bawumia is coming to protect and cover the evils that Nanado and his people have done. And so you cannot love this country and vote for Dr. Bawumia. Absolutely not. Look, you can pick every sector of our economy. They told us, say, now we are not sitting on the money. The money is under their beds. And their house girls are stealing the money and giving to their boyfriends. They told us that they know where the money is. Today, we can't find that money in Ghana. They told us that it was bad for us in this country when we were buying 1 gallon of fuel at 16 Ghana cedis. Today, 1 liter of fuel is 16 Ghana cedis. They told us that John Mahama was a bad president because $1 was 4 cedi. Dr. Bawumia in 100 days told us that he had arrested the dollar, put the key, lock it up, and given the key to IGP. Today, the dollar is almost 17 cedis. The dollar has broken jail and is dancing as Zonto on Bawumia's bald head. And when I talk about bald head, my apologies to Senna and my brother. You know, but look, let us call a spade a spade. The economy is destroyed. Russia and Ukraine have been fighting a war for almost 3 years. Russia has been bombing Ukraine. Meanwhile, our president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, sat in a plane from here and went to Ukraine to go and beg the president of Ukraine for maize. And this is after planting for food and jobs. They have run planting for food and jobs like a Kumawood movie, part 1 and 2. They did planting for food and jobs part 1, planting for food and jobs part 2. Meanwhile, we are going to beg Ukraine to give us sorghum and maize. They said year of roads, that one too, like Kumawood movie. Year of roads part 1, year of roads part 2, year of roads part 3. Where are the roads? This government is a scam. This government is a Ponzi scheme. This government is government mupiram. You cannot point one part of this country or our economy that is working. Everything has collapsed. Even the pitch, the football pitch that we can use to play football, CAF had to ban Ghana. Because even grass, they cannot manage the grass. So you ask yourself, what part of this country is working apart from stealing that this government has stolen? And look, like I said, this election is about the young people of our country. It's about the future of the young people. Dr. Bawumia promised the young people in 2020 that he will pay rent for the young people of this country. I hope you remember. They said they were going to pay rent for the young people of this country. They said they were going to provide jobs for the young people of this country. Today, if your name is not Oforiata or Akufo-Addo, you don't have the job. So ask yourself, as a young man and as a young woman, they will bring the money to you. I know that the money they have stolen, they have planned that they are coming to share it. Please, when they bring the money, collect it and chop it. It is the money they should have used to develop the country for you that they have stolen. Take it from them and look for the umbrella on the ballot paper and vote for John Mahama and vote for Suhini. John Mahama respects you too much to keep you hungry for 8 years and come and throw 50 cedis or 200 Ghana cedis at you. John Mahama will rather teach you how to fish than to come and give you fish. And that's why John Mahama has planned that we will train 1 million people in digital skills, the 1 million coders project. And you see, as soon as John Mahama announced 1 million coders, copy Bawumia, he's gone out and said, oh, I'm also doing 1 million digital jobs. Ask him that his 1 million digital jobs, what is he going to do with it? They don't understand. John Mahama's promise of 1 million coders, digitally trained people, is not just a promise in a vacuum. I'm going to explain that concept to you. John Mahama in 2015 as president went to Mauritius and signed an agreement with Mauritius. Today in Africa, Mauritius is the #1 country when it comes to ICT. But Mauritius has a population of only 1.5 million people. In fact, the number of people in Tema alone, not Accra, just Tema, is more than the number of people in Mauritius. And Mauritius has so much IT work that they cannot do. And so Mauritius asked Ghana that we should give them 5,000 people to come and help them do their job. But John Mahama, the visionary leader, said, no, we won't give you the people. Instead, come and set up the companies that are running the business in Ghana so that we can create more jobs here in Ghana. The people will stay here and they will earn in dollars. because the job is from outside the country. So you are in Ghana here, but they are paying you forex. They are paying you in dollars. He signed the agreement. In 2016, they came to Parliament and passed the double taxation agreement to make sure that anybody who was working there, you will not be taxed double. So John Mahama had settled everything. Then in 2017, Bawumia took over. He went to Mauritius in 2017. When he went to Mauritius, what his question to the Mauritian government was what is his percentage in the deal? And the Mauritians said they will not do such a thing. Because they met with the former president of Ghana. He never asked them, even for 1%. He was more interested in his people. So they will wait for John Mahama. Last year, and my ranking is here. He used to be my ranking on the communication. Last year, we sent a delegation to Mauritius on the instruction of President Mahama. And the Mauritian government says they are waiting for John Mahama to become president in 2025, and they are coming back to set up the digital hub here. They have waited for John Mahama for 8 years, even in Mauritius. How much more you, who will benefit from those jobs? But you see, it would take about 18 months for them to complete the building of the project. Now, when they finish building that project, when the jobs come, we need digitally skilled people to carry out the jobs that are going to come. That is why in the 18 months where the building is happening, we are going to start training people in the universities, training people in senior high schools and junior high schools, and have our first batch of 250,000 in the first 1 year, skilled people who will go in and start taking those jobs. So we are not just training the people, we are providing the jobs that they will go and work in. So John Mahama is thinking. Under John Mahama, in 2015, we established the Accra Digital Center. If you come to Circle, just there, you see it. The Accra Digital Center is next to State Housing Corporation at Circle. We used $10 million from the Rockefeller Foundation to build the Accra Digital Center. John Mahama has instructed that, God willing, if the people of Ghana vote for him and God has mercy on him and he becomes the next president, from 2025, we must build one digital center in every of the other 15 regions to ensure that Tamale will get its own for the northern region. We will go and build one in the northeast. We will build one in Savannah. We will build one in Upper East. We will build one in Upper West. And listen, this is not just a promise. This is a man who has delivered before in Accra. If he could do it for us in Accra, if he wants to do it for you, his own brothers and sisters, you can believe and trust him. In 8 years that they said Dr. Bawumia is the digital man, he should show you one digital center that he has built. He has not built any. So we trust John Mahama to build one in all the 15 regions. Apart from that, we will build what we call the ICT hubs in the zones. So there will be one for the northern zone, there will be one for the middle belt, and one for the southern zone. Now, all of these centers are the ones that will employ people. The digital center in Accra is already employing 10,000 people in Accra. One digital center. So imagine if we come and build the same thing here in Tamale. 10,000 people immediately get a job there. So John Mahama's plan of training 1 million coders is not to just train them and pass them out like they've done with NAPCO and then release the people to go and walk on the street. But he's making sure that by the time you finish your training, there is a job waiting for you. And that is why John Mahama is the one you should trust. Apart from that, John Mahama has also indicated that under the next NDC administration, every young person who starts a business, because you see, government cannot employ everybody. We need to support people to also start their business. And you know, if you look at the population of Ghana, we have more women than men. Ghana's population is now 54% women. And me and you, we are men. We know that if your wife has something in her pocket, you the man, you have peace of mind. You know that your wife will take care of the children at home. You know that nobody will call you and worry. If the women have money, we the men, we have peace of mind. And that's why John Mahama is thinking about the 54% of our population. And he says that when he becomes the next president, he's going to establish the Women's Development Bank. It is going to focus at giving our women, the women who need 5,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. Today, if you go to the bank, they'll ask you to bring collateral. If you had collateral, you wouldn't need that loan. So most of our women cannot go for those loans. So today you will go to the Women's Development Bank and you will get the loan. And he has announced already that the Women's Development Bank is not going to be headed by a man. It is going to, the person who is going to oversee the Women's Development Bank is the running mate who, inshallah, be the next vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. She's a woman. She knows the struggles of women, And so every young woman, elderly woman, can apply for the Women's World Bank and get a facility. But even for the young women among them, if you are under 40, your first 2 years of business, you will not pay tax to government. Government is going to give you free so that you can also be able to use that money to grow your business. This is the plan of John Mahama for the young people of our country. John Mahama is thinking about parents. A young man who spoke before we came to the panel spoke about how parents have to struggle to pay their children's school fees. I'm an MP. As we speak, in the last 7.5 years, I have supported over 600 students from my constituency to the university. But the point is, John Mahama is coming to take that burden off me. Because most of these students are first-year students. And when they gain admission, most times when you gain your first-year admission, they give you 2 weeks to come and pay your school fees. Almost 2,500 Ghana. 25 million old cedis. Most of our parents don't have that money in 2 weeks. And so the young people of our country struggle. Girls have to go and sleep with people to get money to pay their school fees. We are pushing our children into sin because of poverty. John Mahama, who is a good father, who has a daughter and has young sons, has decided that under the next NDC administration, everybody who gets admission to a teacher training college, to a nursing training college, to a polytechnic, to a technical university, to a public university, your first year, you will go in free of charge. Free tertiary education. And so our parents will not have to struggle. Once you get your admission letter, all you need is to put your chop box together and go to the school. Because John Mahama has paid your school fees for you. If you don't want this, what do you want? If you are a person with disability, and I see someone with disability here, if you are a person with disability and you gain admission to the university, in fact, your entire 4 years in the university is free of charge. John Mahama is paying for you. And even for those who go in free in the first year, from the second year, we are introducing what we call the Student Loan Trust Fund Plus. We are going to make sure that you get the money that you need to pay all the other years. You don't need a collateral, you don't need a guarantor. Government gives you that money and it helps you to go through. So our children will be able to complete their education. But one thing I can assure you of, and that will be the last thing I talk about, because I see my time is up. If I have more time, I can continue. The things are plenty. Media, I like to talk. 24-hour economy. 24-hour economy. You see, MPP, in Tree, they'll say, because they don't understand what we are talking about, they say it is not possible. I don't know the people who are saying it is possible. So if it is possible, 24-hour economy, it is possible. We will do it. And what is the 24-hour economy about? Look, where we sit today in Ghana, what time is it now? It's almost 12 o'clock. If you go to Europe, most of the European countries, the time is between 11 and 2 o'clock also in the afternoon. Their time is almost like our time. But as you speak now, if you go to Latin America and South America, Brazil, United States, Mexico, the time there now is between 8 a.m. and 6 a.m. In fact, some of the places is still 4 a.m. there. Because they are 8 hours behind us. And if you go to the east, Dubai going all the way to China and Japan, right now that is 12 o'clock here, it's 4 in the evening, 4 in the afternoon. In some of the places, in South Korea, for example, it is 9 p.m. there because they are 9 hours ahead of us. But you see, where Ghana is, we can attract businesses from all of those places. We call it business process outsourcing and knowledge process outsourcing. Under John Mahama, if a police officer stopped you in New York and was going to issue you a speeding ticket, when he pressed the machine, the process that handles the ticket he will issue you in New York, the company that was processing it was a Ghanaian company sitting at Pyramid House in Accra. That was what John Mahama did. We attracted all of those businesses. Today, when you call foreign businesses, you listen to their call center operators. Most of their call center operators are Indians and Filipinos. Meanwhile, the Ghanaian English is clearer than those people. Many of them want to bring their call centers and their business operations into Ghana. And that is why you need a 24-hour economy. So those who go for morning shift in Ghana, from 8 a.m., they will work till 2 p.m. They will handle the shift that is awake in Europe. Then the next shift, that is from 2 p.m. all the way to 10 p.m. They will handle the shift that is in South America, which is 8 hours behind, because at the time it is evening here, it's now morning for them. Then by the time it is morning in South Korea, which is midnight here, you have the third shift that is working from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. to 6 a.m. This is John Mahama's plan. John Mahama has a plan. So you have one business. If that call center has 100 people working there, it means in the first shift, which starts at 6 a.m. and goes to, or starts at 8 a.m. and goes to 4 p.m., that shift, 100 people are working there. When it is 4 p.m. and that shift closes, and the next shift that starts from 4 p.m. to 12 midnight is going to come, another 100 people are working in the same company, in the same shift. Then from 12 midnight to 8 a.m., another 100 people. So a job that could employ 100 people will now employ 300 people. So it is formula one. I gave you some formula before, 010. That one is the formula under Baumia and Nanado. 010. 0 in the morning, you don't chop. You eat gobe in the afternoon. In the evening, you just drink water and swallow the air because there's no money for more food. But under John Mahama, the formula is going to change. The formula is going to be 1, 3, 3. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. That is what John Mahama is bringing for us. And that is the value that you must vote for. So this is about you. This is not about John Mahama. John Mahama is coming to leave a legacy for the young people of this country. And I can assure you of one thing. John Mahama will not steal your money. When they said John Mahama has stolen money, in 8 years, have they been able to show you where John Mahama stole one thing? But we have seen the money that they have stolen, that their house girls are stealing from them. We know who the thieves are, and we know those who build the nation. The nation builder, John Mahama, is coming back. Vote number 8 for John Mahama, and vote for Alassane Tuini, who is, I think, number 2 here. And so, look for the umbrella. When you see the umbrella, and you see John Mahama, they give you the first ballot paper, presidential. When you see John Mahama, you see a handsome man wearing his white shirt. You see the umbrella by him. Please put the ink on the umbrella or on John Mahama's face like makeup and make him fine boy on the paper for me. And when you finish and they give you the paper for parliamentary, look for the umbrella and look for Alassane Tuini. And also give him makeup and just put it on his face there and fold it and put it in the ballot. And stay there and wait. Protect the ballot and make sure that the will of the people will be protected. Whether they go to heaven or they go to hell, this election, John Mahama and Tuini are coming back to power. Thank you very much.
I want a straightforward view on something before you pass the mic to Alaji. Just straightforward. What do you think about the president's renewed fight against Galamsey? 2 minutes.
The president is not fighting Galamsey. The president is doing Galamsey. No, I'm telling you for a fact. The reason why the president cannot fight Galamsey is because his daughters are involved in Galamsey. His daughters have Galamsey concession. So can you fight yourself? The president is a beneficiary of Galamsey. Look, as far back as 2016, I said that President Akufo-Addo is the biggest beneficiary, political beneficiary of illegal activities in this country. The president is actively involved in Galamsey. People surrounding the president are involved in Galamsey. His party's national executives are involved in Galamsey. His ministers are involved in Galamsey. His MPs are involved in Galamsey. His children are involved in Galamsey. The president himself is Galamsey. And that is why you cannot fight Galamsey in this country. On the day that the president was meeting with organized labor, October 3rd, and begging organized labor not to go on the strike, that day, the president's government issued 11 new licenses for people to go and mine in forest reserves. What does the president want? What is the president looking for? So you cannot have a fight against Galamsey under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Because it's not me that is saying it. The central regional vice chairman of the NPP, Eko Ewusi, he said it on tape in Frimpong Party's office. It's a party here, Sika. They need money. And because of their love for money, they will sell us and sell and destroy our water bodies. You see, people are saying that, oh, why are people demonstrating in Accra? Galamsey is not in Accra. Those people are ignorant people. Yesterday, I was with my police guard. We were going to Cape Coast, Gomafete, and we drove by the Wager Dam. And you can see that the Wager Dam is now becoming brown. Because the River Birim and the River Densu enter into the Wager Dam before they go into the sea. And they have destroyed the River Birim and destroyed the Densu. And so now even water in Accra is becoming a problem. And people think that they have money so they will import water. You can import the water that you will drink, but you can't import the water that you will bath. And if people don't know, the water that we bath is becoming polluted with heavy metals. Okay. And so we need to be careful. And that's another reason why you must vote out this irresponsible government. We are not against responsible mining. We are against irresponsible, illegal mining in water bodies and forest reserves.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alaji, the same issue. Briefly.
Sana, I want to ask you a question. Even I know that you are the moderator. If your mouth is full of water, can you blow to the candle fire? Because sometimes those who don't use the papa, you have to do foo for the fire to catch up. If your mouth is full of water and you do foo, are you killing the fire or you are blowing the fire to get it? That is exactly Nana Akufo-Addo for you. He is not neck deep. In fact, to the last pinch of his hair, he is in Galamsey. Like my honorable colleague Sam George eloquently spoke about. It is not just under Nana Akufo-Addo's watch. Directly under his instructions. You have a minister of lands who has issued more permits than any other minister. For Galamsey, who has the duty to enforce that the law is complied with? Is it me or you? So when you hear them making that laughable demand, they want all political parties to come and sign. It's a useless act. We have given you a wife to procreate. In the evening, when the woman comes, he has powdered herself well, has done everything, is waiting for you. Then you are busy killing mosquitoes. You cannot perform, and you are saying that some mosquito is making noise in the room. You are chasing mosquitoes. When your mandate is lying down for you. What a useless, hopelessly uninspiring government. Because the duty is there. The good people of this country gave you power. And when we hear the MPP talking, they are talking like they are in opposition. They are holding power. Use the power. You have power today and you say, give me a mandate, Dr. Bawuya. Give me the mandate. When I come, then I'm able to do anything. It means the man doesn't even know what he's holding. He's not qualified and competent for us to even contemplate giving him power again. Because they are holding the power, they don't even know they are holding the power, and they cannot even use the power. So, Sena, the problem is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, has no iota of commitment to fight Galamsey. Because he's not deep in it. Not only his ministers. He is the one who goes about clearing, apart from the corruption clearing agent that he is. He's now clearing Galamseyers. Professor Frimpong Boating, his Minister for Environment, put this report about those who were neck deep and compromising our farms, compromising our water bodies, compromising our forests. He named every single one of them and put the report before him. 3 years. 3 years. Nana Akufo-Addo did nothing. When the report on Galamsey was on his table, they have mentioned his party people, regional chairman, Wutumi and others and all those other people, doing Galamsey's even in forest reserves. Even in forest reserves and our water bodies. What did the president do? He went round and cleared Wutumi and said that he's not doing Galamsey. Can you believe this man as a president? Because some people even said it. He's He's 80 years and he's, God knows the date is very close. But he doesn't think about Ghanaians and the future of the good people of this country. Because like I said, even on the day he was negotiating and having a dialogue with the labor people, organized labor, to try and persuade them to call off the strike. Under his aegis, his minister was issuing fresh Galamsey licenses.
Alaji, I have to move to your former colleague here.
Yes, so I beg you. I know that a referee who is overzealous with a yellow card, even when you trip and fall yourself, he can show you one. Yeah, but let me just end on this note. So it is important in this particular election for Ghanaians to understand the choice between us is the choice to liberate this country from vampires. The people who will suck every drop of blood they can find. They are not interested in Ghanaians. Both Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bobie, they are not interested in Ghanaians. They are interested in loading monies upon monies upon monies. Anywhere they smell money, they will go for it. That is why he told you that even in the house also, Bawia, where and you were just asking for money. So the choice for us is a straightforward one. Somebody you can trust, John Dramani Mahama. We can see it. And somebody who is untrustworthy. And I just told you, when Dr. Bawia meets you and gives you good money, look at the position of the sun before you respond. He's not trustworthy. He's not competent. Look at the economy we are putting in his hands. Nana Akufo-Addo told us that he was bringing Dr. Bawia an economic whiskey to liberate us from the economic hardship. What has happened? It has gotten worse. Every facet of the economy. So I'm urging my brothers and sisters here, all of us, on 7th of December, let us not make a mistake. Everywhere the NDC has put a parliamentary candidate, whether it is in Tamale North here, in Sanarugu, in Tamale South, Tamale North, Karaga, Gushegu, Saboba, Cherkuni, everywhere we have put a candidate there, under the aegis of the NDC. When you thumbprint, don't waste your time. And I've been telling our people, they should not play too much time on this number, that. We have a very prominent symbol, and the symbol is the umbrella. Just look for the umbrella. When you just take the ballot paper, just go where the umbrella is and put your thumbprint there. Very easy. If you are asking this to do this education number, it will confuse a lot of our electorate. Okay. So let's just look for the umbrella and go and put the thumbprint there and put out these vampires and hopelessly uninspiring people who are nation wreckers and have nothing to offer us.
Let me thank Doc. Doc has sat here longer than everybody. In fact, he was here before Alasan Sweeney came and left. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Tamale North came and left. Doc, there was one thing you said that I can't get out of my mind. You said the first year you went to school was the year when they stopped feeding students at the university level.
Yes.
How unlucky.
Yeah, very unlucky at that time. But at the end of the day, the loan was useful because we had enough. And some of my colleagues, like I said, used that money to do other things, even to support family back home. It was enough for us. And let me also add that the issue of 24-hour economy, when I had the opportunity to study my postgraduate abroad, we were working night shifts, particularly weekends. And so I had 16 hours to do manual work. I was working in the evening. After university, I go 6 o'clock and I come home around 2 a.m. And that helped. That helped. Because I had also enough money, even though I was on scholarship, I could also send money back home to take care of my parents. The 24-hour economy will help our graduate students. Because now it's so expensive to do graduate studies. And so if you get work, which you will get, that will cushion you to be able to take care of yourself in the university. Now back to the question. Is Akufo-Addo fighting Galamsey? The answer is a big no. This is a man who said that he will put his presidency on the line and that he was willing to fight Galamsey. Is he fighting it? Has he put his presidency on the line? It's a big no. So this is a liar. He lied to us. That is a critical question we should ask him. Did you put your presidency on the line? And so Bawumia is being trained by somebody who lies. You recall President Kufuor, when he said certain things and he came as president, he apologized that he didn't know that things were so difficult. And it was difficult to do some of the things he said he would do. Akufo-Addo never apologizes. He is neck deep into Galamsey. You can imagine the Minister of Lands and Forestry who has signed over 1,000 licenses comes to say that there is a cabal. If you are aware that there is a cabal under Galamsey, then you are either part of the cabal or you don't want to solve the problem. Because when you know the problem should not exist again. There's a cabal. You know them. Now you see that they are running around destroying equipment. That is not the problem. Over 500 bulldozers were seized. You ask yourself, where are those bulldozers? A lot of people, poor people, jumped into water, they died. Have we ever taken note of how many people have died doing Galamsey? None of the young boys who are doing this enjoy it. They are doing it because they don't have jobs. You enter the belly of the earth, over 100 meters down, absolute darkness, almost close to death every day. Who wants to do that job? Who wants to do that job? And so they are doing that job because they don't have an alternative.
Okay.
So what do? We have to do a lot of civic education, make sure the Galamsey, those who do that come from communities. If you scatter them and you don't find some alternate jobs for them to do, you are creating more social problems.
Okay.
And that is why we say we must find a good way of ensuring, for example, the NAPCO jobs. If we had gathered these boys after confiscating all these bulldozers and we gave them jobs to earn, do you think they will go back to do Galamsey? No, they won't do that. And so what they are doing now is whitewashing the problem. That brutish, uncouth destruction of property is unwise.
Okay. Doc, thank you. Thank you. Please kindly pass the mic to him. I started with a Sweeney. I'm ending with a Sweeney. Please be very brief for me. Be very brief for me.
Senator, yeah. I think that we need to refocus the discussion. The question shouldn't be whether Akufo-Addo is fighting Galamsey or not. Akufo-Addo indicated long time ago that he had checked out. The day Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia was to be elected flag bearer of the party, Akufo-Addo made that clear to every Ghanaian. So the question should be whether Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is committed to using this Galamsey challenge to demonstrate to the good people of this country that he can be a man to trust after deceiving them for almost 8 years. That should be the question. And you see, it is important to ask that question because it is not Akufo-Addo who will be on the ballot paper come 7 December 2024. It is going to be Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. And it is also not accidental to manifest that shift of power and authority, irrespective of what Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia tells you. Even the NPP by conduct communicates to us that the authority has shifted. It is therefore no coincidence that wherever you see Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, he is accompanied by the full complement of the NPP, including their General Secretary and National Chairman. It is also not coincidental that Wuntumi, who is a Galamsey kingpin and the chairman of the MPP in Ashanti region, happens to be one of the bulwarks around Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So the question should be, what is Mahmoud Bawumia doing to win the trust of this country after deceiving us? Remember, he told us that he had worked at the Bank of Ghana and that we had so much money and didn't need to borrow to fix the problems of this country. But as chairman of the economic management team, we all know that he ballooned our public debts. Today, we are ranging between 720 to 40 billion. Under the same man, he promised that he was going to bring youth unemployment down from about 8.4% under John Dramani Mahama. Under Dr. Bawumia as chairman of the economic management team, unemployment ranges between 14.7 to 14.8%. So even Ghanaian students and graduates should be asking him in this election what he has done over the last 8 years to create jobs for them. So these are the questions we should be asking. And I can tell you that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia cannot fight Galamsey, especially in a Galamsey government. The regional chairman of the NPP and Ashanti region is a Galamsey kingpin. I made that point. The special aide to the current chief of staff, who happens to be a parliamentary candidate, one Asantiwa or Baltimore something, is also one of the active participants in the Galamsey trade. The current MCE for Kumasi, Sampan. In fact, the day LI 2462, Honorable Sam George would have been familiar with it because they were part of the process. The day the president assented to that bill was the day Sampan was already mining, started mining in our forest reserves.
Okay.
And finally, you see, the DCE for Wasa East is also a gentleman serving under this government and paid by our taxpayers' money, who is a Galamsey kingpin. And to demonstrate to you why Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia cannot even be trusted to fight it, he's gone ahead to appoint my own classmate and colleague, Duka, now Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, as the minister or the person to chair the Galamseyers Association within the NPP. In fact, he has been tasked with that responsibility to coordinate Galamsey activities. And finally, when he was making that point, when he was making the point that they were not going to fight Galamsey, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was on that day nodding and clapping to demonstrate that they were not going to do anything about Galamsey. And the honorable colleague said, honorable MP said, it is clear that if you need somebody with a proven track record, with a commitment to the good people of this country, and fidelity to the fundamental principles of our constitution in terms of protection of not only our environment, but our cultural and political hopes, it is none other than His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And that is why we must bring him back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is just a warm-up. This is the mother of all talk shows, Alaji and Alaji. We brought you live coverage from the Nubisco School Park here in Tamale North. This is the venue for the launch of the campaign of the National Democratic Congress in Tamale North. And that's the reason all these gentlemen are here and made time to be on the show today. Well, I am Sana Nomo from the crew here. We say a big thank you to you, but I'll bring you live coverage of the campaign launch. So, like I said, this is just a warm-up. And then tomorrow, we'll be in Sangnarogo to bring you live coverage of that campaign launch too. So, we'll be back. We'll be back. This is just a break.
He has labored, He has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer.
because yana me mix omo edin too no Kofi Bente na wo imani no you have such people telling us Baumia any president near oya nhwe de obeye kadia oya vice president kadia why ya you can tell us for Kofi Bente ye bema on your street mu on picket board say Baumia achievement as vice president nie John Mahama achievement as vice president. Go and check under John Mahama why vice president. Na a friend say inflation figures. Go check it. Or no one economist or your communications aspect. But go and check the figures. The 4 years he was the vice president. Now check about me 4 years as vice president. Inflation record. Check. A friend said dollar rate to CD. Check pounds to CD. Check under John Mahama as 4 years. Where a simple. You don't need to go to Harvard. Yam found colleague on Babia, Wajimia, Unim Ansah, Sanyama Weno, Unyaso Beko School, any Yassasiachro. Just go and Google. The figures are there. Internet no lie. Pick the figures. Check one menu. Under John Mahama vice presidency, and our boy ne papa Tamils, Emma Omusi Atuabu gas today. Atuabu gas, Asante Bedia Tuone Neba boy no. Omo fumafa Jansa Energy Company. Omo fa Atuabu gas. Omo gudo. Omo destroy Atuabu gas. A company that can in a month give Ghana almost $300 million. Omo gudo. Omo gu Atuabu gas. Using Jansa. Ni owner ni Ghanaian non-MPP man. I will show you his picture. Mube huno. They are using Jansa to destroy Ghanaian asset. At say your friend say Ghana gas. The way Oma yato, the way Oma asset no, and they want to destroy everything and sell it to themselves. So they will come and tell us it's not viable, and they know it is possible to do it, and that is why Oma Peke sa. Motto no is possible. It's possible. And you're possible, say. It's possible. It's possible. Yes, it is. Very possible. So, Usian Pipinia. It's possible. No, you're papa mu. Or catch you say it's possible, say. Dollar bet me drew 19 CDs by November. Yeah. Or catch us it's possible. Anybody I don't go say, or don't go 40. It's possible that dollar bet hit it. It's possible, say, and check you better your friend is say fuel. You better fuel 20 cedis, 25 cedis per liter. It is possible. It is possible. Bibia it's possible. It's possible, said they will add more taxes. But when the taxes be kind you need to know catch us it's possible. It's possible. Even in the face of companies folding up. Among for journey companies journey from Ghana because of the taxes. Companies need journey. Then you have some criminal voices telling us, Baumiaba ebeye. In Tiankofa, it is possible. It's possible. It's possible to have a criminal as a president. It's possible. Oh, ja. Oya Ghana ni na wutie mi awie ya. Onipa na o ka che say it's possible. No, look at the achievements. And one album say it is possible. Yes, it is possible. Hwe mame class ade we mfiri ho. Me woni ema tu bi a metie free ho. Ansah na mababa e Ghana gas. Gensa energy. It's possible. Omo form of mine yemani nyina afa is possible. It's possible, very possible. Yes. It's possible. See about $2, 20 cedis by November. Yeah, it is possible. It's possible. You see about electricity 18%. Meboa. It's possible. It's possible. Said by November, normally 50%. I be womb. It is possible. Yes, it's possible. It's possible. A government, what they are on my ama will be. Ghana niya will team me. Moya must Bobie pekasa. Would your young people ni kura no abodamo? Would you assume the tea as in we be mame? Would you assume? Would the way Jimmy would cry the you assume? Yet the Omai ama will be. Also a bet me ebu mine. Nasa any pano asha see a complaining. Ede saying tio wano complaining. Ede saying Felix Yeboah we are gum. It is possible they can buy SG Ghana Bank. SG Ghana Bank no. Wamu dia di bone no mo free system no mu. Wamu dia di bone. Na de ye nkola. Ye nkola. Haya. Oh, what the of mine as your binsa. Then Kwame, the person start complaining to you. The citizen no awonam kromuno. Wano no complaining enyema bonia koso. Or no complaining. But yanko share a friend say me ame ofa Kandapa, National Security Minister. Yanko share Kandapa on chieftaincy and land guards, right? Me mama example. Aya meka Mosi Bobie.
But internally, there are also a number of threats that have the potential to undermine our peace and stability. And these include land and chieftaincy disputes. A case in point, of course, is the protracted Boku conflict, the farmer-herder conflicts, electoral violence, and cybercrime. And let me say that chieftaincy disputes in particular remains a thorny internal security threat that must be permanently dealt with. Interesting to note that chieftaincy disputes are a significant portion, that is, they constitute a significant portion of the daily situational reports that are received by my ministry. The potential for such chieftaincy disputes to degenerate into violent confrontations compels us to constantly dedicate considerable amounts of resources to the mitigation of such threats. And these are resources that could have been channeled into other productive sectors of the economy. And yet, we are constantly investing such resources into maintaining peace in the various hotspots of chieftaincy disputes across the country. Chieftaincy, of course, remains a useful aspect of our culture and heritage. And I myself am looking forward to the day when I would have left public service, that it will please Menshia and Napo. But internally, there are also a number of threats that have the potential to undermine our peace and stability. And these include land and chieftaincy disputes.
So
the case in point.
This is the National Security Minister, a proud son of Ofenso. The ordinary citizen, mona security kramo, mona bibia kramo. Na all complain ya Ghana for. You see? Oh, offer. Sometimes offer, to be honest, yenyimi sa o. Offer kanda pa yenyimi sa. Sa mo tete adwene no a ewo mutrim na mo de tra akofo aban no mu di nkwase asem saa no a mo anya hunu se no Ghana fo ani te enti yeso yen shift na yeso yen ma yani mie kakra no eya na ha adwene wo fa enya de papa. Cause sometimes money e kasa eya mo hunu se ye analyze ne ma no wo ye trim wo ye pani wo kasa asem a wo ka no akola no analyze e kromo ahensem problems about 80%. Eya Kufuado. Yeti Kromwa, the vice president, Mamprusi for ne for issues. Omo accuse the vice president on countless occasions. Kwame, true or false? A man news. Mena matro. Eya mena meka. Not a single time. And a friend said the vice president. I said, oh, may you me one on the match in Sembimu. Even when they are accusing them, no, they don't care. Go to a Krupon. The other fashion, no. Like your friend say, lawyer Ansah, lawyer Ansah on trial articles on several occasions. Kufuado on Kasa radio, so Mema Hawa Kasa wa Kufuado direct. Say Kufuado is the cause. Now, National Security Minister, instant to because it's all over the place. Into a intelligence gathering, yeah, as my president and say, look, Mr. Man, the threat now FAC, no, you are the cause. Into Yahoo baby, we are about the complaining. Civil servants no much one. What would they do? And listen to the National Security Minister talking about a friend say Langards. Who are the Langards? Your party boys, the MPP boys, they are the Langards. Ben Lord, why name Ben Lord our national security? Ben Lord ni ayi na nenam, ayi di omu yi na di no, nanapon. Ben Lord, any nanapon na nenam. Akwatia, a friend say, Etiwa Forest, Galamsey. Ben Lord, Nanaponum, they were in there, and a mujai omo. Why name him say Ghana, Ben Lord, the Okum Sojanino? Why name him say, or yet a national scrutiny? Why name him? No, my issue statement. We don't know him. At the end, why name him? Who are you deceiving? Oh, over can. Mama, hey, when you put the ya papa, because and trolling Bonnie Mudi Bu or Mino, and ye fair. You are talking about Langards. The National Security Minister complaining about Langards. Gavin was here. Kind of rat a fieni. A nipa baba to petrol bomb, Ewa Cry FM. Bepim there, the National Security Minister, and any problem. IGP, and any problem. Yeah, and no problem. Say Yankotun Man FM. Yankotun to me FM. Yankotun Kesbin FM. Yankotun Peace FM. Meboa. Aha. See ya to tunu or honwa. Enka Yandianka, they have a cause to talk. Kasamre Koma issue statement. Yabatun wa cry FM and so what? Wenum nani esusa wa santimemua na omone SK buaf no nam say they believe in rule of law. Entu odwene nsem a wo mo kwase asem wo mo aka ho na be beto to de ne omo ye no ho a na wo bie wa no a na wa hwe yi a na so kan kwase asem pa kire wo mo. You are complaining. Yeah? young Matuno Assassin Radio. Okasi Assassin Radio on Sia. Adena, or man got to petrol bomb no Assassin Radio. Assassin Radio, what turn it? A friend say, first pal, it's a Lord of the Wings, so say Johnson or so. Now I say, call a American embassy, you know, a friend say, a quite no a pie in Tano, uncle left, no right, or more. Ada no man ko to no. O ka Assassin Radio no ko to petrol bomb wa. Ka sam rank issue statement. And issue statement. Say police for any break. Cantonment's police has taken over the case, and we are trying to monitor those people who came there to do what, and we assure the public the safety of Assassin Radio. Asia. O Jain. You go to yourself, Mafu. Unemployment. No, Asaf Mafu air complaining to Ghana for. You go to yourself, Mafu.
Anytime I look at tertiary education, I become nervous. When I was Minister of Education, there were 5 universities in Ghana. 4 belonging to government and 1 private. 5 universities. As I speak, we have 95 universities. We have 95 universities. You are talking about a period of 2005, when I was Minister of Education, that we had 5 universities. Now it's grown up to about almost 100. Training people with brain power, tertiary, but no hand skills. Fundamentally, very few come out with hand skills. So what is going to happen? It's scary. We need to do some serious introspection about the education system. And here the government and the churches need to sit down on the drawing board and think again. We can't continue like this. We can't. Because unemployment is a serious problem and is becoming a security problem. We need to resolve it. We converted all our polytechnics into universities for reasons I don't understand. We need the church and the government, because of your experience both in and out of Ghana, to sit with the government to look at education. The presidents are good at this because you have been the cradle of good education systems in this country. And so when we are in difficulty in our education, we need to fall on one Christian unit. It is going to be the president. You have the know-how, you have the experience. We need to sit and think again. We can't continue like this. Otherwise, we create a security problem for ourselves. As a nation,
wow. Here's some for it's okay. Headmasters, teachers are complaining about free SHS. So the way we see implemented or no, and yet was ye or we are not going to bonting and collect about bonting or mushi. Oh, who can see the panel Jimia? Was who did the peniatum? Oh, just one tears here. Who can see the panel Jimmy? Almost who did the peniatum? Penia Jimmy say, I can't just wait. No, sometimes, therefore, and the idea one more year, you know. Meanwhile, Osafuma for Casano, senior minister, cabinet minister, one complainant for yourself. Look, Massa, the way all running your education system, no, Yanya be being found. What bet Jina, sorry for any. Now, or complaining actually Ghana for say unemployment rate, you know, is unacceptable. It's unacceptable to ourselves. Mafo, woman taxes no yet take edit tofu amount coupon Buy 10,000, 20,000 ne gu ka mu na tetema maiwa. Land Cruiser. Me taxes na wo good for nothing man say would no. Would you day? Yet the criminal is and come back catch say or no he worked like a bull. Into your croffer say almost journey. Near budgets, yes, I say, and you one never be journey at the amount by no. Today you have these stupid people standing in open air telling us, complaining to us, almost kind of minor problems at the atray. Almost kind of minor problems at the atray. Eja,
Kasano, you had a break. And Mekai said, say in literature, you are be a friend of posiopesis.
Okay.
It's a break in like speech.
Okay.
Because assembly male. And yet assembly, I say repeatedly, no. You can discuss it on and on and on and on, and I may want why fatigued about it. And say you had a very long break.
No.
But problem. You know why he did that?
Why?
When he said he had gone to say the church is corrupt and about 72% of so he needed to go to a church to redeem his image and to redeem, because the church had now become like, okay, Osafuma funuma afedi almost see ya kronfo.
What you say? To in free home.
Intino or pebebi amana yet say discussions are all ye. What I say? I don't know if you get it.
No, I mean follow straight.
So or discussion man for a portray the church as being the most corrupt in the country, you know. The church now decided to also backlash them in a rebuttal manner, no. And also okay, and maminko jina na many asofo ne congregation in Kasa. So he's on a troubleshooting pattern. Meanwhile, Kwabena, what are his discussions? That is where sometimes the church overly silent M1.
Yeah.
Because they are part of society. And some now Osafuma Fubejina or Broso, no, they are the problems. Who are they today? Are they not supposed to be in charge of the problem solution?
That is it.
And so why are they still complaining to the church?
Wafakandapa. Oko programmer now complaining say chieftaincy issues, a threat to your security. Langas MPP for boys.
Aside from even say MPP for boys, no. If you go in details, Kwabena, who is the IGP? Who is the chief landguard in this country?
I don't know
and who kandapa? Any more boys now? You are fighting over lands, and you have people that are guarding the lands.
Yes,
and you turn back to come and look at some of us who have no penny to go and buy a Trasaco land, or buy a cantonment land, buy a land that has litigation like the Kaswa, your friend is a millennium
city,
a millennium city, eh? Sasike, who has those money?
And an ordinary Ghanaian no civil servant not one. Owie pension no kofia, yaman 3,800.
The snake sikano, obi
Eddie. Enti kanava muna mo wasika
mo omuyi na different snake no. Unim say oyed more about my office.
Oh really?
Oyed ba me na second in the course office oh. As snake boss.
Recent
oyi na 10 crying.
No yed more about my office.
Na unim. We confess at be there to nua no ho no. Unse no wedi 60 years.
Yeah.
Lorette.
Yeah.
Wedi 60 years. And ono said there be 10 crying. Me kwati age so makoya affidavit bi aba enti me dia koma welfare for your friend is saying human resource for afa de think say there be where the sister kofie.
Oh okay, so what na say
ni na ono so asenti we dey tuocho na letter man no love letter say me nua kofie dia wo so kofie.
Why?
Look at how they are messing us up,
running the whole country. Say Ghana
na asanti be dey atu anua no na e wo say oda unse oye deputy MD.
Yeah.
Your board that because oye deputy MD no was we free board ni so. Say omo de na ko baabi wo GRA. Baabi ana oba na oni certificate e wo no. Na omo akwa ni GRA boss no.
Yeah.
Ho no omo de na akwa akoto. Omo de ne ko ho a board na no wo snake oda so no. Oda so da board ni so.
And me point in say I don't know they come back to the public to complain say omo person omo kire say omo BT ya na say
dictionary say say ya wote wa o ka say senye se uye deep a ubetimi analyze ya hu enuoma ba ku mienu a ekoso a woye we ya no de abri wani so se ekufo da akohia wo hene a wanche ano no diversionary intentionally or person woye bibi na be topical then you leave him from the robbery discussion no do be ja robbery na woye no no be discussing the behavior bad intentionally we divert your attention from knowing so ye kronfo to knowing say omuade or person wo muade any chance obeka so ye kronfo. It's intentional. Okay, they know every bit of it.
Because
except that they are not wise enough to know their tomorrow. They are not.
Because Langards. The nurses,
who doesn't have a neighbor? Who doesn't have a brother? Who doesn't know who lives in an island? It's as if Kandapa is in a place or you're secluded and or you're in a certain
yes.
Why you're hidden?
There be why you're hidden or Philisa or some
you must be living in a fool's paradise.
Yes, self-delusional.
Yes.
And what dream say to baby no more only tax on us. Until one I say Mamen complain kakra and say ye hu bibi.
As if say we are all in the same
Kandapa walk boko na boys and a call boko boom crofana you pray womo apemfo kunkum.
Yes.
Bapem na ye hu baby a case na kosi.
Omo na sa call garu.
Say garu no. Anya garu tempan.
Yes.
Boko.
Okay, I'm talking about the garu.
Yeah. Say in line with that issue.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Hey yo boys, Uncle Khan, hey yo boys, mon profo. May I have heard NDC. Now yo rakanda passe on NDC in pen for a fine, you know, the boys no be nyom ho afedi. And you see me young what I foresee. And be na bagana no. Say amanfo hunu say after kandapanum exit. Encrophobia say Johnum e bringi womo.
A fit to the fire of accountability.
Yes. Amount for a conqueror for few. But that time no can the pa uni obia on fre is over fret when you over fret when you on bedroom not the basic yes. But you see the fact of the matter is that Mwamu nya bibi na mu nya me complaining unemployment. Who complaining unemployment actually me say me Bobie unemployment ne. Who complaining langas asase. Ana aka no asase no obi ote kotubabi mamobi kotokraba your friends tadi obi ote asante mampon ono o ska ode ba beto asase abetwe manso eyamo ana mo wi aban sase trasako areas ne santonum mu wi asase na mu use mo boys use langas samia okunum nyina all those boys they are using langas across the country, and this are open. Papa person catch say if they want to fight, national security minister, a whole Ghana army, ain't been fighting Langas.
Is a complainant.
Ghana armed forces,
like we are.
Ghana armed forces combined with police can't fight Langas. Our Ghana,
but
Jesus Christ.
You see, I didn't. For example, a course so some Millennium City or no. Say I share more police for soldier for I heard the senior soldier ni no mkuno no.
Say soldier for no
kwara media dia metete no mani nya.
Yaw. Ben Lord no your makola from the Jubilee House. Obi Organa, one more MPP, one more candidate for I think said Tamale side war baby. I got try UTV. Sir, I'm the one.
Oh yeah.
I'm the one and in was why security aspect.
Yeah,
I got try UTV. Yeah, all church mu baby a boy in free.
Yeah.
The security training the man. I can the pan boy.
Yeah, on boy.
I lo come boy. Boy see be bre. Yet to chroma of a kandapa obeka kire say arms caches be 16 ayira from Osu Castle. Bepemene. I don't know what boys in some. More set up gangs, and I was you see, and therefore, who office, what, and Yama, so wouldn't be a Gabedi do want more because I didn't know more training and Kwasiasem complete. That you create, you create an artificial problem. No one, Johnny, Abba, victims of that problem no are creating no. Now what go to a crouton. Tension what I in some says and ya gufuado.
Enye ima.
Yeah, no.
Ima no dia won ani.
Dia won ani. Go.
Ba odibem.
No, go to a friend say a crouton. A crouton in some eya hoya. Ofa. Ye nyimi sa o. Yesramo. Yenyimi sa one creative problems. Ansah could the boys in some. As we speak now, arms, illegal arms, a war on my way mu, 60-70% the MPP boys.
Yeah, na. Oh, no. Mostly no. It's because, for example, Kandapa only much knowledge when it's about security. What I say? Until you go far a square peg, echo share around home. You don't expect say Sandy Pano obetimi aye juma ama enso abanfa so. Oh, omonti ase wo security mu ne say yemfa akenti na wafo. Omonim say baby a security adru no intelligence. Nyansa mu nimde sebio when unibia nyankopon afa no wa. Because again a man national security the best in the world. A comedy me Kwabena me before kontokwa. Mamia men ko kontokwa. But a comedy me say hear me me kwa koya dia national security no e bet threaten national security. What man say? And instead of say we betu o mampani for say Akufo do jan kwase asem na wudie no. Ne ko ntatia nyansani dwoma ama ho. Ne kosua na akwan ne hunu nyansa no onka o yankose boys omo ya ayemo omo as if said they have monopoly over yankobo no.
But the point is,
those are the things that leading to say
beyond that they are creating it because langas obianu or langas chen Kandapa no.
Oh yes,
obianu or langas chen womo. Jeto
Clemens.
Hey, Kandapa so catch him say Jeto Clemens and your money no na ekoba.
Is it MC since Nasa?
There be or the war back when he and omaji say in a free in some.
And they are moving.
Omaji say autonomy in a free in some.
Ono nesa siasa.
Ono the no media for be near in the chair. Jeto. What you say? Look on, you can langas if ayami ya say asemo ya kan nyina no asofo kroma mpanifo kroma omonim se de bobie no mo ka no no kre se aban no oteso no na ofuele saa niema we ahensem ne saa niema basa o baba be kan se be herdsmen fulani ne nkrofo asem yetim koma ekoso yetim koma ekoso. You know the problem. You know why anybody be taking entrenched position, destroying people's farms.
Yes.
Go to a farm place
with impunity.
We know.
They don't care.
Oh,
and we know those who back them.
What do I say? Who we are?
I don't know why we should be hiding behind a mask. For example, Edientina Samira betimi akwako Fulani fobi no akacha me se Fulani fo say na eko
Yeah, you see, you see,
and she will be left without being rebuked.
The reason why,
as if say,
the reason why,
yes, but that is why you have to let it alone.
So no, this kind of discussions, left to me alone. Minka say, we are wrong.
Yes,
left to me alone.
Okay,
this kind of discussion as a country, you need to be careful.
Why do you need to be careful when you are discussing Baumia? What could discuss say, or no, you're Muslim tea. Why should you be discussing that? But won't you find any reason to discuss why you should tell Samira not to go on that tangent?
Samira, your friend said, Baumia cannot video seen so. A beer, watch a video of Samira, I don't know.
But I've heard the voice.
Well, and can you only my session?
Oh, okay, fine. I can get it for you.
Because I can only discuss Baumia because my video, no.
Okay.
Baumia can never tell us that Wanko Kasa.
Okay.
You understand? Say you know true what there, and even I wonder why Ekromwa, the Christian Council, and other groups obiare because a video Baumia on a general or Kasa no. What do you say? But say Ekoye here say then maybe you just want to foment trouble. But when you have it, like said the Okas audio say. Why not? Say Samira Wine.
I thought you also had heard it. That is why.
No, I have heard it.
We should be careful.
No, I have heard.
You have heard it in a rumor.
2020.
Yes.
2020.
Yes.
I heard. So yes, I didn't know Eastern region, oh baby.
Yeah.
Me boni pano say on tape no mame. Nipa no yo mu nipa. Into one farm mame.
Okay.
Say nipa na farm wa.
Okay.
Then you don't have any locus.
Okay.
Say oba bejina abontia ababeka. Ntina meka say we need to be careful. All national security for no. Japan on underground issues cause onim. So please, over. Don't come and complain to us. Don't. Whether it's unemployment ne kosura. Osafo, when issues were happening in Ghana here, Sankuma Kachre say he works like a bull for people to also think and build Ghana. Odi o sorry now ba be kachre. O ba be kachre. Mama fantoje. Yeah. Me share you maybe as this week. But me bought a yo rest you don't get here at the media at Chremo. But before that, no, say me the Ansah. See you now is the Sunday. Debbie, and your letters no. Me say Ansah see you. And your letters, two different issues. Okay, so me it's likely say my farmer. This week, me baba be you maybe. And wow. And you might cause Ghana gas no. Wa omwa amienye bibia. Omu good Ghana gas to make sure that their private companies will work. And they are going to use those private companies to hold the NDC government into ransom. Kwajo media sende. Media sende. Fato or mame. They just want to make sure they capture everywhere. On the Omaya Tono. Ufriwa. One the Omoya, your friend say Ghana gas. Ghana gas phase 2. Adiana every free a year Ghana gas. Now safety you call GMPC.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, and I'm saying push it back to Ghana gas. Then they form a consortium. Because I'm forming local company. Local company is not subject to parliamentary scrutiny.
Yes.
And I'm akofa Trinidad and Tobago companies be abeshas here as subcontractors. and the company, no local company, no, it's led by Asante Bedi Atuoba. It's led by Asante Bedi Atuoba. Boy, no. And Omone Ansah Energy.
Dokuya Papa.
Ansah. Jansa.
Dokuya papa. I don't know.
Jansa.
I don't know.
Fatue.
Now the Dokuya Nyaminuaba.
Fatue. And the discussion is that Omunfama Jansa, okay, say, Jomama time, one of the energy companies decided say on supply, I think it was crude or something. Jomama time. Me pese me kai story no. Pacho mama monya mami. Obi see the same thing. No mo dia ye terminal 3.
Yes.
So this is Mr. Bafo Siameji, CEO and founder, Jansa Energy. This is Mr. Bafo Siameji. Omo headquarters no America.
Tikrane no man fan contact
right? So this is my uncle Bafo Siameji. Right? Okay, so this is the CEO, Bafo Siamaji. Now, Ghana for in the days coming, no, ye baby and ye may be the achremo. Say, Omu gu a Ghana gas. I spoke to one of their workers today. Or catch them me say. Say Ghana gas to me survive till December. Onim. But you go TSA don't get here on Ghana gas and Jansa. You go TSA don't get here on Ghana gas and Jansa.
My brothers and sisters, another example of the corrupt schemes under this government is the Jansa energy deal, which is stifling the Ghana gas company and may end up collapsing this monumental NDC legacy project. Under this, my brothers and sisters, another example of the corrupt schemes under this government is the Jansa energy deal, which is stifling the Ghana gas company and may end up collapsing this monumental NDC legacy project. Under this corrupt deal, the government has decided to allow persons known to be affiliated to the MPP to build a private gas plant so GMPC can sell natural gas from our oil fields to them at 1/3 the price at which they sell to Ghana gas, which is
bro na Ghana gas egu led by Asante Bedia Tuo Eba Penny Okwa ECG transformers supply nyina ana omo atiesi eye Ghana gas, and for the next 4 or 5 months Ghana gas is going to break down. Omo nsibi omo nyebi obi aye no so a wo say no sabe ya wo no private company
or privatize a public asset public property.
And it's a most mama men privatize Ghana gas there meje ne contractor free eye Ghana gas nsem na me dia ma eye
private firm.
Yes, private firm momo executive. And share the money, the amount involved on the GMPC Ghana gas Ghana. Now share the amount of money sa enkwala we nsemu a Asante Bedia Tuo ba no ene MX Phonics for ohwe sika wo mo nsemu a. It's so sad.
It's sad, eh?
But the kind of
but there's also one more story about Ghana gas that Yen focus so ho. Kwabena ni ma dey friend NAFTA.
NAFTA. As in NAF.
The NAFTA that is a byproduct of processing of gas.
NAF.
NAFTA.
Is it A or ER?
NAFTA is NAF.
Okay. Okay.
Also boys they are your majuma. Boys they are your majuma pa Kwabena. And no na sign for cars.
I see.
Oh, omukoto NAFTA no at a very cheap price. No more their frap petrol. Into filling stations bebre bear wagana hanuma utai who say obeko say oh wait here what tissue say who obi say the fuel na efo no o de ya tie to fuel wo ha won say with time no o car ne be say o plugs be say ama car engine no ahwe be break it down ntimi ntimi nya biem.
Are you sure?
Yes, oh Kwabena me metime di wanim di wako baabi NAFTA metime atchire nkofo mo ye NAFTA business e wo omo temane ha nyina metime atchire omo nyina. Oh mako hu e wo obi yard mu wotema ohun a omo loadu NAFTA afena ebe move na unim se unkoto ne se odi akọ filling station a eno ana nkofo tore ye friend sanitizer ti Kwabena se ko hu so obi abu NAFTA agu tank mo de ko sanitizer so unkoto ne so odi akọ filling station.
Oh
but Bonia ekosopa this time no. Oh Bonia ekosopa we eyo obi sikani bi top secret and me yato abonten no. And aboa papon aboa papon na ne ho ya me moboa to the extent say oh who say boys no say no akwai say business now mo ye no it's supposed to be a byproduct but idea ye ton which I was a Ghana nya so faso yes but say no mo ton go mo abotom because mo dey confront fuel so ko Kwabena no but ya wo yard bi o nkofo bi o tank farms ukona ye hwe NAFTA agum twen say bi a petrol beba na bi a de bi a petrol bi a your friend is saying tankers be 5 on be hwe NAFTA be 3 e de afra asa bu petrol 8 tankers e de akọ obi filling station hu ayem be show ma what you say baby o wa me to fuel yeah and you're sensitive to the point say e betimi agu filling stations bebre but I want to be sure the first time that I will be very sure say what the fuel way akọ filling station way ami many way ebehu me say dey twa photo now they abeto ha say nipa ko no pese what they me call the Hague kra meba. But that is what is happening. And the MPP for no say no Kwabena what they show on the first no almost say NDC for filling stations. Okay. Emma omukaka say allied oil okudeto dia. Yeah. Uni so okudeto ni wofa. Sami okudeto. MPP. Enya MPP lawyer no ni nia. Okay. And only allied oil. And Sami okudeto ni wofa ni omumienu. Ti allied ni no enye ono ane lawyer ni no. Na wa bon no. Oti ase MPP lawyer no. Enye ono a mama for GD says Sami okudeto wo filling stations bebre wo Ghana. He didn't attempt. In fact, Enekra na man for that GD say he owns a lot of the allied oil your friend is saying businesses na ekoso no. But a time came mo okudeto be betu just said there be enye ne dia. No be officer any dia bia no on finding koko because omoye ma donof no tigari. But eneme no ka say Kwabena there are filling stations be a spring up our residential areas residential areas so baby wow to say we don't have to cite a filling station.
Yeah, there were Abelenque.
Abelenque hono. One.
Abelenque. Canadian maybe I'm calling Canada visa no.
VFS one. To the end of almost to the your friend is to that
Mami
Dokno
area on.
Yes.
Why I don't think so be see filling station no. Why?
EPA for man krata. Me te say do baby. The entire ye kokofu adi ni say na on makwan. But I don't want to believe it because I don't even trust Kokofu. I don't trust him. Yes, he was my friend. Me, I have people who were my friends. I have people who cannot be my friends again because of how they have behaved and how they have made life so unbearable for the others. And you know, I don't know how true that is. But Kwabena, she baby to say Newtown. Oh, Newtown. The new filling stations are spring up no. I don't know who owns them. Baby to say
microphone where do
yes, baby to say to Bobie sand it down. Another one all right. Within that stretch no me so me can who filling stations be 5. Spring up. It be say busa very sensitive question say. Omo no almost say Ekufodo for example now okay say filling station be she wo atomic ho area ho.
Enyama 7.
Una be hu din.
Enyama 7.
No, ewo.
Yeah, atomic.
Ekufodo dey make call ho.
Overhead no. Atomic junction.
NDC 4 na AC filling station. Ai na omu nsi ni yie e na omu kura man kwofo ahye na ye death trap. Okay. Ekufodo call ho okay in the comments.
Yeah.
Has he ever well maybe a big crana me the year can crano. Maybe I don't think say he's of sound mind, you know. Sometimes it's very difficult to question.
The danger
is not of sound mind.
The danger say Ghana for in the coming days. Obviously come to Medina Ridge Hotel. Never heard. In the coming days, you bet you money be a air coso air Ghana gas. Ansah energy. Now, okote your friend say company. What the company no akofa bi abeshase. Anyone mo bebo na mo asesa na mo de akọ. But the idea in your say, you make sure, say, state institutions, sensitive state institutions, no, you be good in na be the private phones. Tis a your mama a winia na ya yere no edi a children in Ansah. So, in the coming days, we'll be talking about MX for next. Dr. Benasante and Robert Latte, woman prepared. Benasante and Robert Latte, woman prepared. Because and your man one bet church you see, you can decide say and then be a chonumba culture was a BBNC. Some mate say a friend say akomia de minimum say or she say and this for roba keke. Seba ya auza akumia die akumia no ankasa nse danya kromfo no jimi no wajimi akumia die me ana me nipa no onse da nya kromfo sa omukofa no mama ni bi omuma ni bia de aka na ya jimi keka nko a nti wono no unhu ni din ewo bibia so aha na ni jimi no na ni ateche wo because ono unhu no wo bibia so akomia de ne de no ono a onkowia dabi ba se mo kofa na mo pone kakra ma no a na asoma no se koka nkwase asem a na wabekeka ono to ka che Ghana for se NDC ba bibia nsi omutimi nya obia hu yo akomia anya NDC na be obi bibia o awere ne ani bra no amode ahye nkrofo no nkrofo will walk up to you. What to Joy FM? Then nkrofo will walk up to you. Let's finish it there. What dear? Yo, what dear? mo ɛyɛ was no adwene sɛ mo fa na mfo wɔ NDC mu enti ɛyɛ na obi
unim the funniest
me say
Kwabena obi wɔ NDC mu a ɔno kra no the grassroots ne penabo no just because of his affiliation or their affiliation with the current regime.
Plans any power fan. A draw na say Ghana for road plans and out. And one of them said no, and Crawford no do two almost no anye ye.
I didn't name wow.
Dino be I the air train, some of the co position keke. Dean Akomia, a dean will be I the hey. You guys are Boko for no, Garu for no, Mukokum, Omo, and man and Memano. Akomia, what guys are making NDC government? Really? You have no clue. And your money no na Ghana, Munkromusa 200 years. Ya me muchau. Udi munko di fear 2 days kra. Muba undi Ghana for no mobeye. Titrao na edwa wanum be biansi. Obianti minyo obi ahwe. Obianti minyo obi ahwe. But you see the youth Ghana for mebunu be siamo. I don't know.
I just had a text from one of the big wigs from Tema. Energy phone be oil phone be.
Yeah.
Or say NAFTA is spelled NAPHTHA.
Okay.
And it is the ish of the wicked men in society.
Meka ba ko pro say no ase na nyame atuaka. O say no ase but the point is say who di bonus how dey here then. Ghana for from Ochina Echo in the coming days. You bet mo niema Gensa energy for aye. Including the dear tuoba. And in the company, and Yamoma Yenu Kruma, Integrated Logistics Bureau. Ghana gas is gone. Or maybe you know. Anyway, but my main for we, Matisi Ashanti region, Omunsu, say Omunsi a market noir, and ye Omun Twaba said, yea, and a boy. You see, your cousin Apo. Abodama mosi eboa hwe ena no ono president gina won say ade na yedum so vice president abegina won say yedum so o gina won say yedum siesie akufo do ko kumase ada obi ase say yenya abotre e wo dunsom and he used the term dumso.
Kwabena, do you know say there are people are
no,
where one say the word doomso. Idea it was spun around for a very long time, and I say, but Kwabena, Ghanaians are not worried about anything after the doom because suddenly the enemy here. What we are worried about is the doom, and to say doom CSO, say doom so. Say ye doom diayon. The word doom no and a yempe.
You
can see stupidity talking.
Nana say and doom no say. I say.
Say what Jimmy Amahun sometimes on one be afraid say and I put there and then Nyabutsema na unuano. Now near Jimmy say ya. Ogu wedi mo ase a. I mean won ferry. Me nam kwa na me ferry. Say me nua Jimmy say. And yet Ghanaians don't have a problem with say we say say we ye den yo say ya so. Ghanaians don't have a problem with it. Etu de busa ho say okay between wo we ye jaw thermal plants, jaw Ghana gas. Jaw even power in excess. What timia dumu no? Adan am ikosiesie. Ani obi a wono woni bi. Oni hwe ye nya no thermal plants ye akosombawe what time me Jimmy tea or when I said the strategy I wore.
Oh, Debbie, about Debbie,
okay, with all apologies to Apin for what time? I call some way to me a yiri afenipa. Joma time I call some barry. Oh, me say in the abundance of water, the fool. It will obviously. Who said Jimmy, pa bois, crash one fast war. And Obaka, the black as I win him. Said, dear, now the foul win him more. So the petrol railroad win him more. Said, and Obaka today say, Meba, and Rasan and Sanane. Or say, Sir Obika, a ye doomswa. Doomso ni hobio. Na a doom CC. Comparing the previous incident. Meanwhile, unim say Sierra say Ashanti region for be enjoy light here. John Mahama ne effort. Onipa na wudi na chino one fa even on far 1% effort bianca ho except using the John Mahama ayekra de boy chrono. You move this thing from here to Kumasi. What's it $34 million? $39 million. Yo. So when you do all this, ayakayaka de we nyina awie na unni any sense say adia Ghana fo komi enye and mamenka abotoye mo ensemo nkyere wo mo. And even their own people on Facebook last week, they were insulting Akufo-Addo. Sapening kankwasi asamsa. Ubia wanwaka said there is no doomsday, no, na doomsday has come to an end, you know. Now Manford lights a doom heat and all that. And Omunimiansa say, Obu Okrano or Pesa or Tuaba Edemawa, the kind of dishonesty shown to the Ghanaian citizen. It's like you don't respect anybody. See, I say, we say, say running mate. Now they ofu running mate. They say ofu ya no befa no. Ofu running mate. Na come befa me. Onto akwaba.
Fami Joso na pomie.
Boko. Mekwa asiaba. Mamenka man for say *413#. *413#. *413#. And enema boy dian kasa. Aduane boy dion. Aduane boy din pa. Aduane boy din. Baby adene keka krono. Ehu. Because if they decide to implement electricity bills with the 18%, with the current your friend say dollar rate, any water bill, share amount for struggle, amount for aduane bo aye din, aduane bo aye din kasa. It's not funny. It's not funny. A come at din crofo. A come at the Ghana for. It's very sad.
Text you to ask you for money.
Oh.
I'm sure it's just about 30 or.
Oh, come me back catch us me baby phone ya chire. Wunim dia me ya. Say Ghana needs 100 Ghana.
No.
150 Ghana.
50, 20,
10, 20,
30.
10.
Ordinarily, no.
Ghana need ye. Yeah. And you know what? What they assuming say the no. Yeah, onim no. Yeah, onim no. That day the or bokala bully. To your best rest the nipa be 5 10 10 10. What does it tell you? Oh, you have 50 cities. Just for friend pa 5.
I was saying friend back.
But when you say back no crown, oh, you have 15 in free no.
Me ferry for Pabio. And or texted me say o person share me. No person we can phone so. No can phone so me the be agro. We share me ni me din komo me kra me the agro na ye kwetena se. Eja. Kwabena ne how nyina ne say last term went me try the best school fees.
Yeah.
This term omo bebie aso kan say echina. Na ebeye den say ne ba ne betimi awura school mu because last term no mama na try example omo pamo no. Kwabena apparently no we yi ne ba na free school a na ne ba ne ko no.
Ontimi
edina ko school a less. Thinking say enko be ya ala hompo no otimi to books wentimi antwe fees ena second term buy eno so wentimi antwe fees say third term na omo koi enti enka me money busia Kwabena mi kubusa ni ska. This is someone na Kwabena no gina ne na so pa o ye ni business unim sika ope 900 and something cedis, almost 1,000 cedis. Oh, this is someone. You will not even think, say, on yet. Now say me who not chow. Now say who be our own, and ye be o. Or brat the net di. Just say, Ameria, any alaji or them, on timin pie. Be obedient timin pie. And then omo piempo say. Moya adwuma company back mu na mo baby a you have to patch in obi car na mo nyina mo agege ntoboa to fuel e de move na ye ko ka we wi a obi aka cho say it is possible. Oh yes, it no Kwabena it's we are living in pain. Aduane common food oh so we udi e bi kura obedi di na surplus so pibiaba Kwabena ene just to aduane atwene krampo a no obi hwe wonsa because there are so many who have not eaten.
Baby e beto no
what they have say recently so there baby I tena we say ye tena e didi bom what they hwensa no se ne yeko first no to aduane kra wo badwa mu a
obi ba
ko no akotena se what they hwe
say akọ fast and sadu kwode ba
edion
ekọ obitimi moa waso de
member ya na meko na enim
mo mama ne Ghana fo a omotie ye Monday awia we nya adwuma bi. Tell me just within 5-10 minutes ye ni aduane bo ho nkomo 0302208090 ye ni aduane bo nkomo stay within asema mediato no stay within ye ni aduane ho nkomo. Hello
Kwabena Bobie Ansah.
Yes sir.
Little well and obi a me pen na no asematie ene the obo ni dey say apa no radio go dey fair say
honto
me say Nyankopon hira no matie no obi honto me say na dwene mu do papa minya sa papa enti de bia me ana metie mo say honto beba station boss Nyankopon hira what ye frame original kantana nungwa po nyina captain mechia Agnes na momo ewo nungwa Kwabena omaimu ade me no kasai na ye tetrotrum okọ kurum koto ade enti o kata no na o kasa nkofo wennim nyansa papa ade ye omuko kurum na mso omu nyina kokurum so well hey Ghana ye den wo koto ade ewo kurum okọ ya ne boa ye den na okofia ko first class so obaya ya tanso ato obi esisi ade Ghana de just Ghana you too much stuff say you timi clever man ko for we etinya 8 years again and Ghana is soft sir okay say one of the countries in mu ye den ama president ni kura almost someone ni see na ni pulling the can't say na ye bi obi am ko 5 money Ghana you too much na MPP force esisi yen The beer napo or education. No, I say or better sexuality education. And what's a better legend why or pata Ghana.
All right, I think young Konko that caller. Let's stay within Enyema Adriane. Hello.
Commander of the Airways.
Yes, I'm Pacho Yanko.
Kunya be ma ebe mo buti Kwabena and then you made out in Enkan. Commander, you know my thing. And you come to some crampo say, Mekotita, 5 city. Now they drop because what is really happening? In so poor. Mekubo ding. Now I'm saying some crab 20 Ghana would dream. Baku 6. What is really happening? Yes, Nana Akufo-Addo. Yes, Frewo. And you see, Nana Ghana focus are you. Mekai, maybe so kind of CPS. I can say the coup 1 Ghana is 34 centimeters. Okay.
Yeah.
And then under the watch, yeah, Tom Dokno Baku, Uba Kwabena 4 Now me say 5 cedi no, and so Baba Miawen because I won't do the 10 cedi. No, I didn't name me no. On be say. Yes, Nado. Petrol na intimito and a liter uko girl. Go and say I bind there 15 cedis 22 pesos.
Yeah.
But 4.5 because
but baby I can con by November near turn base 16 17 oh.
Last week me buy from UK. Yes, it's a pound. Yes. 20 pesos. Just previous back on why you and the pound said do this is 17 to 30 pesos.
Yeah, and MTA 17, yeah.
The whiskey when it comes to economy. And on an alpha with digital no crowd network became also. Yes, Nado or come dear. And yes, the doctor and the essence yeah, Benedict the other 2 years. You didn't present. It make your bot offer. Now my sugar could be because the chrono is me. It's me cabin. Yes,
all right, okay, thank you. Another caller, quick one. Hello. Okay, my loser no. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, maybe it's ya. Maybe just for list to where and now unto the Mr. Mr. Cotti to you. And Timwa Namami, Kihun Tonka, the list to a car, Namami, Pumpkin Mammy. We see if you are no more. Share, and would be a that's a dead PPT here. The Jauka, so that I say, nothing ain't correct. You look up. That's what the idea before, so no one tells wrong. Because it didn't matter to me, oh, yes, I will team. Say, I dare walk for the opposition. Oh, sorry, Tia, then I am west, that's loud to the kiss of the papa. What do you get? How are you? I go find by just Santa Maria. Say, on Chester said you don't go 1 city. And to go 5 cities. You say you're better. That's it.
Hello.
Hello, Pastor from here.
Pachai.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Mahmoud Bonini, after the Zobeka, on your debate, you didn't finish your wife to be the right.
Okay, all right. I'm found out that caller. Hello.
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 Yes.
Pacho.
Flano Pami Didio.
Adenti.
Minister. Nyamidi be dipo me nidi. Eti afe na makonya banki. Na me be wadi. Papa ye ble. Nyami. Baba.
Hello. Hello. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Pacho, why you know where Chipa? Oh. Pacho, hello.
Hello, Bobie.
Yes, sir.
Bobie, what from here?
Boko, sir.
Oh, Bobie. I don't catch any money at you. Now, I don't when I'm a Mr. Go.
Chairman, you need young issues, no, so now young time.
When I ask Bobie.
Yeah.
Bobie, the family, I'm a boy, at my Bobie. Opa, my family, you man, come sector pig, now, because I don't carry you. Make us a mechanical in vitro. Then I use it, none of you know, quite never. You man, I don't come to come. I damn you, come into the month of situation will be month of Swiss. Krubli said, I don't want to go and passengers limit for normal contact. Opa Medina, we saw them from Medina, across Medina 90. Wait, no, you would hear. Oh, but the Macassa on this and all of it in anything, and then we'll go to try and about the period too. And then I know that I make fun with the market, with my uncle staff with me. Now we just put in the Bobby Tuna, and can't be a Galipra, Franco, Sophia, Mamma, and the kind of moment I'm probably in the seminar. I go study the guy. Wow, we get that today about Bobby. I put one on them bound me, and I am up for me. The cashier swam so much what about the 7 months, 7 months is about to buy your money. Because they mean now I am who are boy electricity company, that's $1.99 and also a photo. And then Mr. Bobby so now $2 now the Papa without your papa, no matter what the top and Papa now Papa the Sonaboka. So far, we want our worker. Just for the Koto from my inquiry coming from Bobu. In the next second, anybody would see the thing. All
right.
One of it, my boy, is my boy, make it out there. We're going to start with the order, but for such a one, economy, GDPR, why am I not going to what is not? The DNC and the Baumia on the Ghana was there, or the
Asavin, Medase, Asavin. All right, so that's it. Let's talk about food. A serious matter, a serious issue, and yet. Enye komo ewo kromu no enye fedi agro enema ekoso kromu no enye fedi agro especially youth no struggle ankasa
very much
yeah enra no Saturday no ye nyina na ne enam na ehu ade bi unim se ma dwere ho a bepem samre that se owo oman to say Ghana now what a mabunu over beye 800,000 na omo ko sie obi no mo timi tisi krom from a friend say Accra Central Post Office area ho omo di nipa no am say omo di ne ba osu cemetery I think so. And they are smoking weed on the street afternoon.
Shatawale's godfather.
They are smoking weed on the street openly. Drugs be beer
any braba.
It tells you that, and you unim Omunam Street nimu from Supreme Court lemu ono enyina na Tamas Road ono. There were police men around.
Yeah,
they were just watching them.
You could not do anything.
And Kolana adru apeto oma I hadn't. Wena and kese kandapano ma omo picking wintel. Na bo omo who said no bibi omaino essay esenke intima ye ni sa boneno yan sorry na yan soye maimu yenye ni. But the more they see that, the more they get the appetite to damage the country. And they are damaging the country heavily. Anyway, that's it. Maybe I start for 3-1 hash. Star for 1-3 hash. Star for 1-3 hash. And then me say 500 and 1,000. Come here, just say. And then just say. Okay, so another 5 million beko fee. Ubedi di peche. There be waiting on Betty the Peche. No Betty the Peche.
Getting no be any bina.
Sound. A commercial. Yeah. Sigacha the way Boab Wankro for no. Hey.
Last week, okay, say, when we interview Lady Bia, or Sis and Kenya size campaign and the Bada Hospital. I wept.
Today, I'm not me encouraging Crawford say, what they are told.
Never show how far.
Never show how far. To now. Also, Bobie, good afternoon, Bobie. Are you aware that 2 years ago, 20 Ghana cedis can give you 4 gigabyte data on Tigo? Today, 20 Ghana cedis, same 20 Ghana cedis will give you 2 gigabyte. This is a 50% reduction in the value of 20 Ghana cedis. And say services, boy, dinner, Ghana, papa.
Too much.
Ha!
Kwabena.
Yadi Adriane. Light bill
data
any sign your man to nchaya and near me kosuno
light here won so bill in so akosro e say be kosro na Kwabena me ko dru fie Saturday na yedum light am say okay ene ma me nko ha me ko lady won so afon e ho na me ko pe mattress na me de to car ne so na me da so sentuntum mu mary me na mukra mo we na mache
them baby amoye
meda prison there my prison break asem
mamemfa ayemi winner hello abomu amawo kai aila woyo
anajo saa beginne awa pube yeni na bidasitio eledi enyame asia behweme
sign about phone so
500
kai
the chat cities medical 75 that bed 2 months in the
oh
yeah the gasefri ko fodi okrase
oh chia kofodia okrasifo nyina chia omu nyina amaye why
hospital bed here
mate yeda asibebre
now talk me chia
listo we honto ochia mu nyina na poku listo ochia obebre also omo je so ke so star 413 hash same just catch there, but I want to quick one. So, area doom so I want some to say quick one. You baba bedili the main issue you doing come companies are A40 up. So you listen to what people are talking about. Diane Boyedin, we Boyedin. Nina ne say economy ne jinsem. Then companies are A40 up. Nititru any local industries, some your beverages, and they keep on counting many. Yeah, SNK. But yantif almost doom so where out
anyway of Maminchia
Mamiema Yema market Otonya Dua we biem huha. Oh,
yada Mamiema se yada na sepa yachiano.
So can say a common criminal no status also.
Oh,
anyway.
Enyezo.
Maminchia ati for ne afefona yema nyina ho hyede ne yakọ because de adu ne de na ade chenwa enye ni je biem ya reho eziana na metia me dwene ho say how amenye sika kra to fu every fie akọ adwuma na edu
makwa sell is to 200 cc awenye bia mame
ade ba kwa me dwene because nana
o say ohina otia pakan mu o see awode o na ya na mfomo e wo fa ye hu yensu yen ka
sen otia pakan se kesa awo no kase awo no
oto enyo kase de na oto se awode o
okay
nti asebu amemfinwum no
me dwene ho nana se wo yisu ka enye luxury BM.
No.
A necessity.
Yeah.
Because enkraha ye no. Enti say krasia. Say bi sorry ya no afa akoboto no afa second no abo na mu a no akwafu mu akodo wabo ampesi adi watwa baye tu watwa brode tu banche ati kontomre mako mesoa na odi aba unya kusie bia unya kwifidie yi kusie bia aba be wawe akra ha etie ti se bia metie ekọ adwuma emotwe they say every week
sakre
sunya adwuma wo de sakre kwada mko obi ka ba because pressure na nkrofo tinu be wuntem ise sika nyina editofua
asemo
sika nyina editofua ade chi ade sasutua na yetumu na when you talk about doom so nyame anim no kranie democracy enyam mani patuntumo nipa bibini democracy enyam mayen democracy enyam mayen na napodie ne meka nyina ne se onka hyenkodu ne moma esum entun kwem se bra ye bre nyina chibusume so a ansa kra na wo nsa beka waketua ne ate income tax ebi na editua na poka napo kasabia as a minister nipa na adwe ne se wa address omo ye NDC supporters and NDC as a party no address omo wonim se eye Ghana fo nyina no address omo to ne de anytime bia no o na adwe ne se ye NDC for no address omo to o ka asem a ebe ye omo ya Obi Biobeka Cho said there has been any improvement in the power generation and as a power supply in Ibia. Obwa is rather getting worse. Ye dum kaniano anyhow. Nevia na minister responsible abano abedi Ghana for them. Aban bi baya or inherited dum so. Or fixed num so na yedi na temu nyina no when you be at a minister responsible ema timely do so when team no de adwuma to oboko eno koye obuoni ni die ana o de survey Ghana for okofa akufuado kwa me patro de ya pese we nya mekọ me archives megeti sa bite ni dem ma akufuado 2060 o mon last rally o mo ye no ye la general la trade center o say Samotu abana eba sebio ye meme ma ya honso ye me ya kaka bensem yo ma ene mema sebio munim de on be adwuma kufu ado anu asem no ene from akufu ado so ebesi the last person obi obegina simpieso bia make sure say obi provoke Ghana for na if it not because of democracy do you think say Ghana for benya abotra twan de sebio artist san kwase asem ni nsem foi
ade wako kan me post.
This is democracy. Democracy is the weakest link to select a leader. And democracy will never be good for Africa. Opa, yanko Africa ya history mu. Niyanshe amampenia omubaye omutimi cause change in their government. We refer to them as dictators. But yet omune cause a positive change in the lives of their people. Bragana ha ko Libya, ko Rwanda, ko Uganda, ko all these countries. You refer to them as dictators. But ube komono, omo na be positive e diabwa omanfo. Now if it's any democracy, we benya sanka for this crop of people. O tu fo ate kokoswa ono. Asante makra ya ne dia. A otime mans ahemfo. Ebebu kotodwe e pachew onu kra kasa odi obuoni ni die ma na manfo. Now I don't blame Napo ni baya ba akope osakra anya normal enti se nkora e bia se bi odana se ye doom light na heat di no a na waso daddy the room is too hot Napo ba want heat because se bi wonya normal enti obeba be kan kwase asem bia oni legacy bia woja onim se no owu no kwa woni bab nyansafo bi obedi na de enti one na brabo anu obo no di no kan kwase asem sa no afa no ho di no ko na mmom omonka hu se brewe ni nkaso na meka de si asem a eye na na komia e ka se NDC for ba Mahama ba omuntumi nya hwe e be surprising crofo na makana mesa aka biom hwe aboa kyrebene ani premre omunyina omo ya awowo de waji din pa ye premre because premre no woni me bikitwa bi no amane ti so person che se me na me guy but de ni hu eye kyrebene kyrebene kawa yemfa onru fie ena de wi na hu susitie no hu be kwa kotiatia no so kura hu no kyibiri hu si premre Mahama ne akufo do akwa esa abo aginamoa ene kraman yesia ade a kraman hu obepo wo aginamoa hu a bebu na nichi na se woni mo wu a penisi ahwe na hwe Mahama wonu ankasa na point is Mahama uncompromise on no personal integrity and principle to cover any of his appointees. Never like the Kufuad ya Kufuad Najuan so Dania say Kunkuntenim Guas and Krumabe Ferry account Nantia Naka Tuntin and Yame Makwama Yem prosecuting investigating appointee be anti ba quick one Mababe Klena semina corrupt no Mahama will not do that. Ye revis a free ankra 2012 election Ejuwa be na wanye Wojina baby a Mahama bejina platform bia Mahama bejina so bia no yera every free ankra ene bebie kwa mu ansa na President Mahama abejina ho ena Ghana for the tuni din Toboy ene di tuni din we are very close to President Mahama. Professor Ahmed person every free ankra no a deputy minister local government Omampeni Mahama ba na mo sumpa no wasomo no ye lawyer no respect former President Mahama ntino Mahama mananye deputy minister o mane be ye minister ankasa the kwesi was South Africa. It was just allegation. Brazil kwesi ye it was just allegation says so akotoku be $100 $50 obia quote amount Mahama didn't clear a visa free ankra.
Not at all.
Because when himself is a free ankra nya corrupt intino. Or me set up a commission. A visa free ankra kotena ho. Ekoyi ni ho ano. Sebi ye twa asama to no so no yi ni ho ano a. Sebi oye emotion ani siogu no no. Can afford the strain. President Mahama me making sure say yen telecast yen fanto TVs no obi an fanto oni emisa wo sem na yin hu ano wo yin hu ano obi an say sebio eye ntwato so hunu ene ye de bo no eno fan hu di ye enten MPP ba mu no omo accuse Elvis Free Ankra in opposition say Brazil wa wi Ghana ska no omo ntimi anfa Elvis Free Ankra be sinne ankwa kugina court se bo no kwadu because na nukre bi anim Mahama Jifa ativo. Ekan krofo a voter region. Ye ka se mpuna na epunu, omo na puli vote e wo voter region. Omo na supported the grassroots e wo voter region. The late Jifa ativo. Obweni papa. Into ko voter region no crowd to a enkrofo di na chie. Ah sa what touch no a, what touch enkrofo bebre voter region ye NDC e ye stronghold. Bad branding one samba ye. President Mahama one omo refund sika no through the former chief of staff Honorable Julius Debra omo refund sika no back to the state coffers. Yes some minister no resign here the adwuma to ho. Ufi say no ndo eye the lady fative no na. Omo the adwuma eto ho. Oko national service scheme President Mahama no na man national security for kwaya investigation anomo uncover say corruption koso omo de nsamadin ewra national service num and abosome so a omo gi hu sika edie President Mahama make sure say ya prosecute omo ya sika no mo wi ane ya omo je omo japade omo to ya omo ya confiscate ye ono ankasa na point is Abuga Pele
Okay, Sylvester Mensa.
Yeba. Abuga Pele. Chasa one Mahama chenua. Sada Jida ehon sensem. omia prosecute Abuga Pele Akufo-Addo ba na chese ya ye de be bia wie an ye pia ni shemu en okọ serve ye wo de no to nchen Roland Agambiri project be no be ya na o invite Mahama as a president Hope City and also cost $10 billion project and President Mahama na kwa kate so because it was a Ghanaian indigenous company washa asia sambo laptops computers ewa ha sell or the contract na be kwa koma abrochirefo say de na Akufo-Addo ye kofa abrochirefo na ye the local contract na the amount money they collapse local business. Mahama didn't do that until Roland Agambiri ye the sa contract emano na ono se bi ona jimi e bona kuma hunti no ohun government contract no sika kese sa ala no free say sika nyina ya ne dia no ODB na ofre ma oba tell me your price Range Rover no order mon konko famla timi talkers no dey akwa kogina eye Melvin Peak Hotel na wa line up no friend girlfriends no aba no friends and for mo mehwe me be check us
also wafa virgin da
Adena Roland who you were hisa
echire sankomo talkers no akọ sun line e Melvin Peak Hotel no invite wa friend girlfriends now I invite media momra me check us no or check us ma eye the girlfriends na ni refi say sika na yaban sika Mahama me say charge no masika ekodi ni nsam o odi anfanya adwuma no yemani tua sika no. This is Mahama in government. Now what did trato no so abeda da Ghana for beji to me no one find me ya the pass o mine ewia o mine akum o mine abo o mine Ghana to na oba na obenya to me say I was say oyo nsem nhwehwemu na o di adanse betodwa sa wo ye kromfo a obeji a wo te o ka se o ntimi nya ohwe minim say na komia na unim enkrofo di eja no ne ya enti wo kana hye Mahama takra ojem ohum o soja gum wonu ankasa nim say Mahama take over 2025 a MPP for be ye mobo MPP for be mo ene yoko tiwa adanka wo say omu hu de hu hia bia de wo mu say wo so mo investigate sisira brother pa and on any on we ja kra onya do so be hwe don't worry yourself koda Mahama beba Abawe doesn't see the need COVID-19 because omo ankasa a corporate omo na wi asikai and to see the cromfo the investigating ho and to who any interest bia mo de mo nkoda Mahama beba COVID-19 mu da mo beti and cromfo a yesisa omo ye ma omo sika and cromfo anyare COVID-19 yesisa sika de mo omo dum ko gu Pentecost Conference Center ogu mo afete ani etu omo ka contractors na de cromfo nam oba was say about 1,000 meanwhile 3,000 enti they were omo na no mu recruiting crofo omo na no mu recruiting crofo and crofo a enyare covid omo timi me recruit omo say mo ka say yare covid say de be de benya ska mesimo nya abotre Mahama beba Ghana be ye de na say Mahama me etimi ye nhwemu o even national service ska say na editi omo at that time na say 400 and something Ghana no 500 Ghana cedi po now multi-million-dollar electricity or PDS na yajai na ko when Mahama any atamus AC at Abu gas processing plant na ship where dey enyama every China ba ebenya akwanhia e wo poso enyama ni delay ye di wo matam ka je zo obua omutimi nyenna enye china ena wo ba ya aboa papo a sabra wo soro wudi Mahama tem na ne wudidi wo ho mo ba ya masaba begu mu begu eye eto Abu gas processing plant because ho na mo didie na officer Mahama ba na we ja se mo mfa mo hunni me say mo de sa MPP fo na ma manage enne mo kura se bi o mo nanfofo wo NDC mo doso sine mo ankasa mo party mo no eye normal na busa wo se sa wo ni kro no a wo fi se wa fa no yonko no se sa ni pa kro no otumi ono betimi a stop Mahama government from prosecuting you a eye na wadwene hu mienu ɛyɛ no adwene ho mienu sɛ saa onipa koro no a ɔde ho ato no no wɔno no wɔ influence dan ɛyɛ Roland Gambiri a na ne project na Mahama ne commission di man no no ɛno kora Mahama fidie yi no ma ne refinance kan busa ho sɛ saa nipa koro no a ɛnɛ woni didi wɔ NDC mo free sɛ NDC ba power wo no bɛkɔ asɛm busa sɛ ɔda influence na busa ho sɛ anye bia power na ɛba no. This is not power for Mahama. This is not power for NDC. This is power masses. For the masses.
Power to the
because Kwasiebi edi aban to me akwaje akwaya fe akwaya be born bro pani tri hu Munti FM studio yi.
Hey. Yo referee di. Ba mahunu kokko.
Uncle Bo.
Ni ebo ni asem.
Wonu timi fa V8 na wafa AK47 no watiasi woti ni bi. Oba mi national security asase no. Ye ba be ye ho asem ti o mtata wa no watwa asase ni bia mo no majal. That's what they've been doing. And oma jen krofo asase krofo ja padia ta o mani ase it's a power na be di o nsem na do bi apɛ e no de ye
na kandapa o wi a no abia bebusa kandapa sa ebusa sɛ na langas na ehefo a
ebo na yes ade no
ne papa no nko do mu do kuku
o mu de yes
kuku no pie no mu na yes
o mu de yes a they know I have been before boys not the chroma yes ade no
kyerɛ me land guard wɔ Ghana sesi a ɔnyɛ national security kyerɛ me
adwuma mo ya no
tell me kwana kwahwɛ ɛyɛ 2014 before NDC free power
me national security
this
national security
invisible forces this Delta Force invisible forces mo na mo kɔ national security secretary mo kɔ na ɔmo pictures bɔ hɔ na ɔmo yɛ wanted under NDC and Akufo-Addo MPP recruited them and ɔmo too din assaulting the pillars of power. Yes. They used them against the security of this country. And when they took over, and to all of them, they are criminals. Chirami bodyguard or they coup for the Chonya criminal. Chirami bodyguard or they coup a year Baumiachia on your criminal. Chirami MPP vigilantes, no, or more Mudido Muna, Chemini Paba Kumas Wedi and we are crudely on your criminal. Criminals and to move so they be able to what is on my capture Ghana or my BBR. Financial sector ya capture ho, media ya capture ho, security ya capture ho, electoral commission ya capture ho, civil society groups ya capture ho, even the bad boys ya capture ho. Omonka who say 2008 MPP capture bibia wa Ghana including a show for omoko eye beach ko ball omo jams ade eche na condoms egu honum na che factory ni nyina echi no mu lusie na power best
what are 2008 kwachiri obi atra so 19 years eya no onim all corners of Ghana and that time ne ka Rollins ya ne ka chikata no chikata nye kandapa yonko ne chikata o chikata na training gbevlolati kandapa salutu gbevlolati kandapa nya ne yonko enye ne fe na busuam kura no oni obi a na dwirimu ayasite se chikata chikata no mu mpokura no 19 years no munim so ma chechire Ghana bia Ghana for giga say you go we no 64 battalion no nyina Rollins mu be kofie
fese
o mu kofie na mo anyway Tango Prime washing powder na de atie ne say eyasu niemen na ninte na emu anawani ntwai Tango Prime washing powder Tango Prime washing powder wadi aba oso de si ade a onsechi entwitwa empopo ena ema tanu sumu yehwam ne sent ne kamu a washing powder su bikra ema ada a Delta paper mail na dia ba from 0243 033033 Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic omna de bright soldier capsules bright garlic plus capsules aba ya ebu ni pedua siesie ni pedua mani pedua esipisita afei wose mu nso mwe wode eye enitahini efrafra eye enura hodo de sayare amena no kra no ana no 2018 sei ni amomo we best herbal clinic omaje enam yade wo sa stroke nidwo yade wo sa oba ntimi frafro eye dompe ibo na to afre ho wanum bon was a brand one side day. Aye, Afe, top choco. Aye, top choco. Top choco, so I made a year chocolate spread aba the fabro du mo na no so na de papa. And woman side 3-in-1 chocolate drink aba. Na 3-in-1 and the do you hear so share. Oh la la. Edem. Nyeni. Top choco. Aye, enkoda ni besu. Wo mo pese na akwada num bisa no okosku a na ni tri da ne ko ho no on e kro. From 0243 033 was Becca Womo. Yenya Haruna Mahama Ojani Jaye Muhammad. Yabre Harun. Ojani Jaye afa no aba. So you nim baby Ojani ko ye.
Oh commander Jai. Some crap.
Oh na mi nu na oski afa de.
That's
oski afa. Oski afa. Hey no what you nyanga?
Why?
Hopsi. I do the anga.
What's your house?
So, hope. What to hope? I do the anga. Okay. And I know me that my baby are not on my reward. Me
koto.
Oh, me koto so ewo your friend say Jansi so. And me na me tonso packs egu me kamu dia kofie na me so mare wa de anim ni ono mare humi a na hopes what to say na me se ne honye me a wo be wisa say hopes what to say no me na me obasa me nka de hope na minianum yenwura mo straight to a year companies are almost fold up with the current economic situations. It's
understated.
And poverty, you can see poverty on our streets. But a quick one, mame and chow, me producer Moameka now on for and to a quick if me free I don't know so me ra listo and masia ba be si back masia fa so back na ye kono me bia send me message. Okay, good one. Companies live in Ghana. Wait, okay, so this message from a friend says JDM was in power and MPP was recruiting their own to the electoral. So let me pick it from here. Bobie, the problem of NDC is their inability to fix the technocrats into state parastatals whenever they come to power. Go and check all so-called technocrats in all state institutions are MPP. i.e., education, health, national service secretariat, VRA, ECG, whatever. Promotion in GES, Ghana Education Service, now on political colors. MPP MPs compound names of pro-MPP teachers and send them to GES headquarters after promotion exams for automatic success in the exams. This NDC will never do to help NDC teachers. JDM was in power and MPP was recruiting their own to the Electoral Commission headquarters. For example, Silviano, now ambassador. Some of us tried to get employed and Afute and insulted us that NDC graduates are lazy. Instead of us to be created, we were worrying them for job. Instead of us to be creative, we are worrying them for job fixing. How many Supreme Court judges did Professor Mills and Mahama appointed? What of the What of the lower courts? Since 2017, how many acts were put out there for recruitment into GAF and allied security apparatus? But now, everywhere. I'm on for pencil.
Hey, Massa. I'm on for.
Now, OPK we are companies live in Ghana. Glovo, Nivea, Dark and Love, really big. Omoko. Society General, you know, it's just near completion. Then they are moving. But before even these companies, 2020, 2021, now companies need to be folded up. Shop right now company bi wɔ inside wɔ oh me refinity very familiar yi ɔmo afodi up na ɔmo kɔ ɛna but Haruna the hardship facing Ghanaians yanko
chairman mechia etiefuo mechia hunto msa game yes ya che mechia
achepa companies ne bi susu Nivea ko bet 365 almost ko Lipton ko Jumia food ko Big Pen ko Bakeries almost so ko bubom sa
na mami so enchia etiefuo na minyantie se em se metu kwan no minyantie se ye mami ka baby right mema ni busiafo yako Kwabena kachre me I really didn't know about it sorry about that yes so, the companies folding up in this country em say this is not the first time. History will tell you why companies, including international companies, now omuwaha the interest from foreign countries in this country, in the past, say, you cast your mind back in 2012. You will agree with me, say, man, na dumso that we were facing, led to a lot of companies folded up in that particular year. Now, coming from 2009 to 2000 and to 2012, the dollar differentials at that time was not up to 5 cedis. But we saw what really happened in terms of global crisis, that we did not, or that included Ghana. Now, these are two major reasons. One will tell you, and as a business person, will tell you why if a company should file a liquidation or folds up, there are good reasons for that. Now, major crisis that would compel a company to fold could only be these two issues. That is the dollar differentials and power issues. What is the current situation today in respect of these two major factors? What is the year facing in this country? Let's not look at it as if it is only affecting businesses. It affects every individual. So whether you are doing business or you are just an employee or you are a manufacturer, because if you look at the circular flow of income, it affects everybody. The circular flow of income, from manufacturer, the supplier, the consumer, the laborer, and you understand that is how it goes. So if the factories are folding up, what does it mean? It has an implication on the consumer. It has implication on the worker. It has implication on government. Therefore, it is not only affecting the country, but it affecting what do I say? So for me, why this particular situation is hitting us, and there's nobody who can tell to the face of government that you are failing. Meanwhile, Honto Eka Assembly, and I really want to listen to the people who feel when the time comes, the money that maybe I'm buying the hungry NDC people. Therefore, for which reason Minko jail. It's true. I know individuals within NPP, within NDC, na omojiska every abayin na yewemi. For a fact, sir, they are making you pay what's due you back when the time comes. Upo. So for anybody to say, sir, this country is conducive for businesses, for me, I would only tell you, and I would only know where you belong if you tell me it is conducive for me, which is that you are either an armed robber associated with this robbery gang, or you are an international fraudster. bringing money from outside to tell me that you are doing business in this country. I'm a businessman, and as we speak, I'm not a happy man. I don't have an iota of happiness within me. Me moja nyina yeshi. Insuo na ewo mo no kra no edane moja. Me junsu moja. Me da as I cry. Simple because the little money I me benya no, the dollar differentials no ajiko. Now I'm running here and there to find a way of topping it up so that metima tuya me creditors. How on earth can you tell me say Ndeno Ghana is conducive, for which reason it could attract foreign investors or businesses? Abra yenim say you can count more than 10 companies as we speak folding up or have folded up to leave. And the implication you say the companies, let's even take it, say each company is taking 200. Let's not go far. Each company is taking 200. So you can say over thousands of me sisters, my brothers, me offer, they are coming back home to be burdens on the little resources that I have. Therefore, no, this country governed by these criminals, robbery gang called NPP, and led by my good brother Bawumia, you understand, Dr. Doolittle. It is in the past. They say, if say yes, say enya dumso,